Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I don't talk about this much. It's been 15 years, but I still get goosebumps when I think about it. I was 13 when it happened, spending the summer at my grandparents' cattle farm in Oklahoma. This wasn't some small property with a few cows. We're talking about 400 acres of land in the middle of nowhere, miles of empty space between neighbors. Nothing but pastures, woods, and dirt roads connecting everything. My cousins lived about a mile away on the same property, in a little house near the eastern border. We'd hang out most days, playing in the creek or helping with chores. That day, a Wednesday in July, I decided to walk over to meet them in the afternoon. The weather was brutally hot, probably 95 degrees, but I didn't mind. I'd been making this walk since I was old enough to go places by myself. The main dirt road cut through the property, bordered by dense woods on one side and open pasture on the other. I knew every inch of that road, every pothole, every fence post, every tree. About halfway to my cousin's place, I was walking along, kicking rocks and humming to myself. The cicadas were screaming in the trees and sweat was running down my back. Nothing unusual. Then I got this weird feeling, like that prickly sensation when you think someone's watching you. I looked up from the ground and that's when it happened. Something, and I hesitate to even call it a something because it was so clearly human-shaped, darted across the road maybe 30 feet ahead of me. It moved from the pasture side straight into the woods, but here's the thing that still freaks me out. It was completely, utterly black, not like a person wearing black clothes. Black like a shadow, but three-dimensional, like someone had cut a person-shaped hole in reality. And the speed, Jesus! I've seen deer bolt across roads, and they're fast, but this was something else entirely. It crossed maybe 20 feet of open space in what felt like a split second. My brain could barely register what I was seeing before it was gone into the tree line. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't even think properly. It wasn't like seeing a ghost in a movie where you scream and run. It was more like my brain short-circuited, trying to make sense of something that didn't fit into any category I understood. The worst part was that this thing, this figure, didn't acknowledge me at all. It didn't turn its head, if it even had one, didn't slow down, didn't seem to care that I was there. It was like I had glimpsed something that wasn't meant to be seen, something that existed in parallel to our world, but separate from it. I stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. I remember my legs feeling weak, and my mouth going completely dry. I had this overwhelming urge to run back to my grandparents' house, but I couldn't make myself turn around. It was like I was frozen in place, staring at the spot where the figure had disappeared into the trees. Then I heard voices coming from up ahead. My cousins, Jake and Tyler, appeared over the hill walking toward me. They were laughing about something totally normal. When they saw me standing there, they waved. "Hey, we were just coming to find you," Jake called out. I must have looked terrible because their faces changed when they got closer. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost," Tyler said, and I almost laughed at how literal that felt. "Did you guys see that?" I asked, my voice coming out all shaky. "See what?" Jake asked. I pointed toward the woods. "That person or whatever, that black thing that just ran across the road." They looked at each other, and then Tyler said, "Yeah, we saw something from up on the hill. Probably just a deer or something." But I knew immediately they were lying. Their tone was all wrong, too casual, too dismissive. And there was no way they could have seen anything from where they were. The hill would have blocked their view. Plus, what I saw was absolutely not a deer or any animal I'd ever seen before. "No, it wasn't a deer," I insisted. It was shaped like a person, but it was all black and it moved super fast. Jake shrugged. Maybe it was just a shadow or something. The sun's at a weird angle right now. They were being weird about it, changing the subject and acting like I was making a big deal out of nothing. But I could tell they were uncomfortable, not scared like they'd seen it too, but uncomfortable like they didn't want to talk about it. We walked back to their place, and I tried to let it go, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. We played video games and had dinner, but I felt off the whole time. When it was time for me to head back to my grandparents' house, my uncle insisted on driving me instead of letting me walk back alone. That wasn't normal. They always let me walk back before dark, and it made me wonder if they knew something they weren't telling me. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that black figure darting across the road. I kept trying to make sense of it. Was it a person? Some kind of animal I didn't recognize? A trick of the light? But none of those explanations fit what I'd seen. The next morning, I asked my grandfather if there were any stories about strange things on the property. He gave me a funny look and asked why I wanted to know. When I told him what I'd seen, he got real quiet. "Lots of strange things happen in these woods," he finally said. "Best not to dwell on it." That was it. He wouldn't say anything more, but the way he said it, like he wasn't surprised, made me think he might have seen something similar before. I spent the rest of that summer looking for the black figure. Every time I went outside, I'd catch myself staring at the tree line whenever I was outdoors, half hoping and half dreading seeing it again. But I never did. What stayed with me all these years is the feeling that there was some deeper meaning to what happened, like I was meant to see it, or like it was some kind of message or warning. But a warning about what, I still don't know. The timing has always bothered me too. My cousins showing up right after I saw it. Was that just coincidence? Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if they hadn't appeared when they did. Would the figure have come back? Would it have approached me, or would I have been brave enough to follow it into the woods? I've researched similar sightings over the years. There are stories of shadow people or black stick figures from all over the world. Some people think they're interdimensional beings or spirits or aliens. Others say they're just hallucinations caused by fear or exhaustion. But I wasn't afraid until after I saw it, and I definitely wasn't hallucinating. I went back to that exact spot the next summer, hoping to see it again, to prove to myself that it was real. Nothing happened. I've been back many times since then, and I've never seen anything like it again. My grandparents sold the farm 5 years ago. After my grandfather had his stroke, I haven't been back since. Sometimes I wonder if my cousins really did see something that day, and they just didn't want to admit it. Or maybe they knew something about that part of the property that I didn't. I've thought about asking them directly, now that we're all adults, but I'm afraid they'll just think I'm crazy for still thinking about it after all these years. The logical part of my brain wants to dismiss it as just a weird optical illusion or my teenage imagination running wild, but then I remember how real it was, the way it moved, the absolute darkness of it, the feeling of wrongness that came over me, and I know what I saw was real. I still think about it more often than I'd like to admit. When I'm driving down a country road or walking through woods, I find myself scanning the trees, looking for that unnatural movement. Part of me is terrified of seeing it again, but another part of me desperately wants to, just to prove that I wasn't crazy, that what I experienced was real. It's been 15 years, and I still don't have any answers, just this memory that feels both distant and immediate, like it happened both a lifetime ago and just yesterday. Whatever I saw that day on my grandparents' farm, it changed something in me. It opened up a possibility that there are things in this world that we don't understand, things that exist just beyond the edge of what we can explain. And sometimes, if we're in the right place at the right time, or maybe the wrong place at the wrong time, we catch a glimpse of them. I just wish I knew what it meant. Story 2. I still can't shake what happened to me a few weeks ago. I'm writing this down partly to get it out of my head and partly because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. For context, I work at a small marketing firm about 20 minutes outside of town. There's this patch of forest nearby that contains several abandoned houses, 5 of them to be exact. They're all situated in a rough circle, about 50 yards apart from each other. Local legend says they belong to the same family, grandparents, parents, and grown children who all lived near each other on this private land. The weird thing is that sometime around the mid-90s, they all just left. No one sold the properties. No moving trucks were spotted. Their belongings stayed behind. Clothes still hung in closets. Dishes remained in cupboards. Family photos still decorated the walls. It was like they all decided to walk away at the same exact moment and never look back. Over the years, these abandoned homes became a hotspot for teenagers looking to drink or vandalize or whatever kids do when they're bored in a small town. The houses are covered in graffiti now, and you can find beer cans and cigarette butts scattered throughout. I'd been inside them a few times with some co-workers during lunch breaks. We'd walk around, take photos, and joke about how creepy it all was. Nothing unusual ever happened during those visits. It was just a bunch of empty houses slowly being reclaimed by nature. But that day, the day I'm still trying to make sense of, was different. It was a Tuesday, unseasonably warm for early spring. I'd been feeling restless all morning, like I couldn't focus on work. When lunch rolled around, I decided to take a walk to clear my head. None of my usual exploration buddies were free, but I figured I'd been to the houses enough times that going alone wouldn't be a big deal. Looking back now, that was my first mistake. The walk to the forest was pleasant. The sun filtered through the newly budding trees, creating these beautiful dappled patterns on the ground. Birds were singing everywhere. I spotted a couple of squirrels chasing each other up a tree trunk. In the distance, I even saw a few deer grazing. Everything felt alive, vibrant, normal. I followed the worn path that led to the houses. It's not exactly a secret spot, just forgotten enough that you don't usually run into many people there. I headed straight for what we'd always called the main house, the largest of the 5. Based on the decor and the style of furniture inside, we figured it must have belonged to the grandparents of the family. The front door was hanging half off its hinges, as usual. I ducked under it and stepped into the musty entryway. Light streamed in through the dirty windows, illuminating floating dust particles that swirled with each step I took. The floorboards creaked under my weight. In the hall closet, coats and jackets from another era still hung, frozen in time. A pair of men's boots sat below them, caked in decades-old mud. I moved through the living room, where a sagging couch faced a TV cabinet with no TV inside. Family photos in tarnished frames lined the mantel above a stone fireplace. The faces in those photos always unsettled me a bit. Smiling people who abandoned everything they owned for reasons no one understood. The garage connected to the house through a door off the kitchen. I'd never spent much time in there during previous visits, so I decided to check it out. The concrete floor was stained with old oil spots, and rusted tools hung on pegboards along the walls. I carefully avoided a spot where the roof had partially collapsed, creating a dangerous-looking hole that sagged inward. Rain damage had caused part of the ceiling to rot away, and it looked like it could come down any second. As I made my way back toward the main part of the house, I passed what must have been a bedroom. Something caught my eye that I hadn't noticed before, some new graffiti on the far wall. Someone had spray-painted a crude red smile, but not a cheerful one. This was twisted, extending too far up the cheeks, with jagged teeth painted beneath it. It was the kind of grin that makes your stomach tighten when you look at it. I wondered which local kid had added this charming touch since my last visit. I continued to the kitchen, which still contained a refrigerator, stove, and wooden table with 4 chairs. I paused in the center of the room, trying to decide which direction to explore next. The basement door was across from me, but we'd always found it locked during previous visits. To my right was a hallway leading to more bedrooms. To my left was a staircase to the second floor. That's when it happened. It's difficult to explain exactly what I felt. The closest I can come is to describe it as a wave. A heavy, oppressive wave of pure dread that washed over me from behind. This wasn't the kind of fear you get from watching horror movies or walking through a haunted house attraction. This was something primal, raw, and overwhelming. Every single hair on my body stood up at once. My skin prickled with goosebumps. My mouth went bone dry. I felt something behind me, something massive, something that hadn't been there a second before. I froze. My heart hammered so hard against my ribs that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I didn't dare turn around. Instead, I slowly, carefully began to retrace my steps, moving backward toward the front door. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, afraid of what I might see if I turned. When I finally reached the front lawn, I spun around, half expecting to see someone or something following me out of the house. There was nothing visible. But something else had changed. The forest had gone completely silent. Let me emphasize this point. Just minutes before, the woods had been alive with sound. Birds calling, insects buzzing, leaves rustling in the breeze. Now there was absolutely nothing. No chirping, no buzzing, no wind. The silence was absolute and unnatural, like someone had suddenly muted the entire world. And then came the strangest sensation of all. It wasn't that something was behind me anymore. It was that something inside the house was watching me through the windows, the doorway, maybe even through the walls themselves. Something quiet, something patient, something focused entirely on me. I don't know how to explain this next part without sounding crazy, but I could feel its attention like a physical weight pressing against my skin, and somehow I knew it was smiling. Not a friendly smile, but the same twisted, too-wide grin that had been spray-painted on the bedroom wall. Except I knew with absolute certainty that what I'd seen wasn't graffiti at all. It was a signature, a calling card. I turned and walked away, as calmly as I could manage, fighting the urge to break into a run. Running felt dangerous, like it would trigger something to chase me, but even as I maintained my measured pace, I could feel it following me. Not physically, but its attention stayed fixed on me, trailing behind me like an invisible tether. This continued for nearly half a mile. I kept expecting something to grab me from behind with every step. The silence persisted, pressing against my eardrums until they ached. My legs trembled with the effort of not running. Sweat soaked through my shirt despite the cool spring air. Then, as suddenly as it had disappeared, sound returned to the forest. First came the buzzing of insects, then the distant call of a bird. The background noise of the woods flowed back in like water filling a container. The weight of attention lifted from my shoulders. Whatever had been focused on me had finally let go. I immediately pulled out my phone and called my partner, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hit the right buttons. When they answered, I tried to explain what had happened, though I'm not sure how coherent I was. They told me never to return to those houses again, not alone, not with others. Never. Some places have a history, they said. Sometimes things linger where they shouldn't. I haven't gone back, and I won't. I've taken a different route to work to avoid even passing near that patch of forest. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. I never saw a figure. I never heard a voice or a footstep. There was nothing tangible that I could point to and say, that's what scared me. But what I felt was deliberate and malicious. Something letting me know it was there, watching me, waiting for what, I don't know. And I can't stop seeing that smile. When I close my eyes at night, it's there. That twisted red grin stretching across the darkness. Sometimes I think I catch a glimpse of it in my peripheral vision during the day, just at the edge of my sight. And in those moments, the world around me grows a little quieter, as if sound is being slowly drained away. I keep wondering about that family who abandoned everything they owned decades ago. Did they experience what I did? Was that why they left without taking anything, without selling their property, without leaving any explanation? Did they feel that same watching presence, see that same smile, and if so, did they run far enough to escape it? Because even now, weeks later and miles away, I can't shake the feeling that something from that house is still watching me, still smiling, still waiting for me to return. Story 3. It has been 3 weeks now since the first time I felt it. I'm still not sure what to make of it. And honestly, I'm not sure if posting about it here will help. But I need to tell someone who might understand what I'm experiencing. I moved into this small house about 2 months ago in a quiet neighborhood on the edge of town. It's an older place, built in the 1970s, with wooden floors that creak in all the right places to give it character. The rent was surprisingly affordable, which should have been my first clue that something wasn't quite right. But I was desperate to find a place after my breakup, and this house seemed perfect. Secluded enough for privacy, but still close to work. Everything was completely normal for the first month. I settled in, arranged my furniture, and started feeling at home. Then, about 3 weeks ago, I experienced something that I can't explain. I was sleeping soundly when I felt something on my bed. It wasn't heavy. Just the unmistakable feeling of small, light footsteps moving across my comforter. My first thought was that somehow a mouse or some other small critter had gotten into my bedroom. I shot up, fully expecting to see something scurry away, but there was nothing there. The room was completely empty. I brushed it off as a weird dream and went back to sleep. The next night it happened again. I was drifting off when I felt distinct pressure on the foot of my bed, like something small had jumped up and was walking in a circle, preparing to lie down. The sensation was so familiar to anyone who's ever had a cat. That particular way they pad around before settling. But I don't have a cat. I don't have any pets at all. When I sat up and turned on the lamp, there was nothing there, again. This continued for about a week. Each night I'd feel those same light footsteps, sometimes walking up from the foot of the bed toward my pillow, sometimes just circling at my feet. One night, I even felt a distinct pressure against my leg, as if something small was curling up against me. I started keeping my bedroom light on until I fell asleep. I checked under the bed, in the closets, everywhere a small animal might hide. I even set up a trap in case it was a mouse, though the footsteps felt much too deliberate and heavy for that. The trap remained untouched. By the second week, I started wondering if I was imagining things. Maybe it was stress from the move, or perhaps some weird sleep disorder. I even recorded myself sleeping one night, hoping to catch something on video. The recording showed nothing unusual, just me sleeping, occasionally shifting positions, yet I distinctly remembered feeling those footsteps that same night. Then came the night that changed everything. It was around 2 in the morning when I felt it again. Those familiar light steps moving up from the foot of my bed toward my pillow. Half asleep, I instinctively reached out my hand, as if to pet whatever was there. My fingers met nothing but air, but the footsteps stopped. I felt a pressure beside my shoulder, as if something had laid down next to my head. I don't know what made me open my eyes. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe some sixth sense. But when I did, what I saw made my blood run cold. Floating about 2 feet above me was what I can only describe as a dark, swirling cloud. It wasn't large, maybe the size of a house cat, and it didn't have a definite shape. Its edges were constantly moving, like smoke, but more substantial. It wasn't just a shadow or a trick of the light, it had presence. It was undeniably there. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. The cloud hovered there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it slowly drifted to the side of the bed and dissipated, just faded away until there was nothing left. I spent the rest of that night with every light in the house turned on, huddled on my couch, unable to go back to my bedroom. I didn't sleep at all. The next day, I started asking questions. I knocked on my neighbors' doors, casually bringing up the age of the houses in the area, fishing for information. Most people weren't very helpful. They were newer to the neighborhood than I was. But then I met Mrs. Lawson, an elderly woman who'd lived in the house across the street for over 40 years. "Oh, your place," she said when I mentioned my address. "That was the Miller's house for the longest time. Such a shame what happened." When I asked what she meant, her expression grew sad. "Harold Miller had a heart attack in that house about 15 years ago. Died in his sleep, poor man. His wife couldn't bear to stay there afterward, sold it and moved to Florida to be with her daughter. A death in the house. Great. That was the last thing I wanted to hear." I asked if the Millers had had any pets, hoping there wasn't a connection. "Oh yes, they had cats. Always had cats, those two. I remember Harold was particularly fond of one. A black one, I think. Can't recall its name now." That evening, feeling increasingly uneasy, I decided to do some work in the small backyard. The previous owners had let it get overgrown, and I figured physical activity might help take my mind off things. I was pulling weeds near the back fence when my shovel hit something solid. I dug around it carefully and uncovered a small flat stone. When I brushed away the dirt, I could make out faded lettering. "Midnight 2001 to 2008, always in our hearts." A pet grave, a cat's grave specifically, given the name and the small size of the marker. Right there in my backyard. That night, the footsteps returned. This time I didn't feel afraid exactly, more unsettled. The presence didn't seem malicious. It had never done anything threatening. It was just there, unwelcome, unexplained, but not aggressive. I lay awake, feeling the familiar weight press down at the foot of my bed. "Midnight," I whispered into the darkness. The pressure shifted, as if responding to the name. Then came the sensation of movement up the bed, and that same strange pressure settled next to my pillow. I kept my eyes firmly shut this time. The next day, I drove to a nearby New Age shop and explained my situation to the woman working there. She nodded knowingly and sold me a bundle of white sage, instructing me on how to use it to cleanse the house. That evening, I followed her instructions, walking through each room with the smoking sage bundle, focusing my thoughts on peace and clarity, asking any lingering spirits to move on. I felt slightly ridiculous doing it, but I was desperate enough to try anything. The house smelled strongly of sage that night as I went to bed. For the first hour, there was nothing, no footsteps, no pressure on the mattress. I started to feel hopeful that the cleansing had worked. Then, around midnight, I felt it again. The same light steps, the same circling motion, the same pressure as something settled against my legs. The sage had done nothing. I've now been living with this presence for 3 weeks. I've gotten used to it in a way. It's become part of my nightly routine. I go to bed, read for a while, turn off the light, and then feel those familiar footsteps as whatever it is joins me. Last night, though, something different happened. I was lying there feeling the presence beside me when suddenly my bedroom grew cold. Not just slightly chilly, but bone-chillingly cold, like someone had opened a window to a winter night. My breath fogged in front of my face. The footsteps on my bed became agitated, moving quickly back and forth. Then I felt something I hadn't experienced before, a rough sandpaper sensation against my hand, like a cat's tongue, just once, quick and light but unmistakable. The cold intensified for a moment, and then I saw it again, that dark, swirling cloud, this time at the foot of my bed. But there was something else too, a larger, darker shadow behind it, formless and vast. The cat-sized cloud seemed to bristle, growing slightly in size, positioning itself between me and the larger shadow. The room felt charged with tension. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I just watched as the small cloud seemed to face off against the larger shadow. After what felt like forever, the large shadow receded, slipping away like smoke under my door. The temperature in the room gradually returned to normal. The small cloud remained at the foot of my bed for several minutes before resuming its usual position beside my pillow. I don't know what to make of any of this. Is it really the ghost of a cat named Midnight, somehow tied to this house or to its grave in my backyard? And what was that larger shadow? Was it Harold Miller, the man who died here, or something else entirely? Whatever the small presence is, I don't think it means me harm. In fact, after last night, I'm starting to wonder if it's trying to protect me from something else, something potentially more sinister. I've thought about moving out, but good rentals are hard to find, and I can't afford to break my lease. Besides, I'm not even sure if I want to leave now. As strange as it sounds, I've developed a weird sort of relationship with my midnight visitor. So here I am, sharing my story and hoping someone out there might have experienced something similar or might have advice on what to do next. The cleansing ritual didn't work, but is there something else I can try? Should I be worried about that larger shadow? Or should I just accept my ghostly roommate and be grateful that for whatever reason it seems to have appointed itself as my guardian? All I know is that tonight, like every night, I'll go to bed and wait for those familiar footsteps on my comforter. And I'm still not sure if that thought brings me comfort or dread. Story 4. I've never told this story online before. I'm still not sure if I should be sharing it. But after all these years, I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. About 4 years ago, I was living with a family in a small town just outside of Pretoria. I'd been going through some financial difficulties, and they kindly took me in while I was getting back on my feet. They had 2 sons. The older one was 14, a quiet, responsible kid named Thabo, and the younger one, Sifo, was only 6. The family was wonderful. They made me feel at home, and I tried to help out whenever I could, cooking meals, doing some housework, sometimes looking after the boys when both parents had to work late. We had fallen into a comfortable routine, and I was grateful for their kindness. But then, about 3 months into my stay, something strange started happening with Sifo. It began on a Tuesday night. I remember because we had all watched a football match together earlier that evening. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of soft crying coming from the hallway. I got up to check and found Sifo standing outside his bedroom, sobbing quietly with his eyes tightly shut. He was sleepwalking. I'd never dealt with a sleepwalker before, so I wasn't sure what to do. I gently called his name, but he didn't respond. He just stood there, swaying slightly, tears streaming down his face. I heard Thabo's bedroom door open, and he came out looking tired, but not surprised. "He's been doing this for a few nights now," Thabo whispered. "Mom and Dad said to just put him back to bed carefully." I watched as Thabo gently took his little brother's hand and led him back to bed. Sifo went without resistance, his eyes never opening, but the soft whimpering continued until he was tucked in. The next morning at breakfast, I mentioned what I'd seen. His parents exchanged worried looks. "He's never sleepwalked before," his mother said. "It just started last week. We're keeping an eye on it." His father nodded. "Kids do strange things sometimes. If it continues, we'll take him to the doctor." But it did continue. Almost every night for the next few weeks, Sifo would get up around the same time, always crying, always with his eyes closed, and each time I noticed something that bothered me more and more. He always tried to go to the same place, the front door of the house. Thabo was amazing with his brother. No matter how many times he was woken up, he would patiently guide Sifo back to bed without complaint. But I could tell everyone in the house was becoming unsettled by the behavior. One night after Sifo had been put back to bed for the second time, I found his mother sitting at the kitchen table, a cup of tea growing cold between her hands. "I don't understand it," she whispered. "He's always been such a good sleeper, and now he's terrified of something in his dreams." "Has anything changed recently?" I asked. Anything at school or at home? She shook her head. Nothing. Everything's been normal. But it didn't feel normal. There was a heaviness in the house that hadn't been there before, a tension that seemed to grow with each passing night. I started having trouble sleeping, lying awake and listening for Sipho's footsteps in the hallway. Then came the night that changed everything. I had finally fallen into a deep sleep when suddenly I felt myself being pulled into what I can only describe as the most vivid dream I've ever experienced. It didn't have the usual fuzzy quality of dreams. Everything was sharp, clear, and terrifyingly real. In the dream, I was lying in my bed in the exact same position I'd fallen asleep in. I heard footsteps in the hallway, but they weren't the shuffling steps of a sleepwalking child. They were deliberate, slow, dragging sounds, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. I couldn't move. My body felt like it was made of lead. Then I heard Sipho's door open, and a few moments later, his small footsteps joined the other sound. They passed by my door, and somehow I managed to force myself up. I followed the sounds to the living room. Sipho stood in the center of the room, facing the front door. His pajamas looked too big on his small frame, making him seem even more vulnerable. "I have to go," he said, his voice flat and emotionless, nothing like his usual cheerful tone, and then I saw it. Standing by the door was... I still don't have the words to properly describe what I saw. It looked like an old man, but wrong in every possible way. Its face was sunken and diseased, with patches of skin missing, revealing something dark and mottled underneath. Its body was impossibly thin, like a skeleton with just enough skin stretched over it to hold it together. But the worst part was its eyes, black, endless pits that seemed to swallow all light. It was looking at Sipho, and its mouth was moving. "Come here," it whispered, over and over. "Come here. Come here." The voice didn't sound like it was coming from its mouth. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing inside my head. I tried to shout, to warn Sipho, but no sound came out. I lunged forward to grab him, and for a moment I felt his small arm in my grip, but he slipped away, as if I was trying to hold on to smoke, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the door, toward that thing. The entity's mouth stretched into what might have been a smile, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp. And as Sipho reached out his hand, the thing reached back, its fingers elongated and bent at unnatural angles. I screamed then, finally finding my voice, and the sound jolted me awake. I sat up in bed, my heart racing, sweat soaking through my clothes. For a moment I thought it had just been a nightmare. Then I heard the crying from Sipho's room. Without thinking, I rushed out of bed and into his room. He was sitting up sobbing, fully awake this time. His parents and Thabo were already there, trying to comfort him. "What's wrong, baby?" his mother was asking, holding him close. "The skinny man," Sipho said between sobs. "He wants me to go with him. He's angry that I didn't go tonight." A chill ran through me. I stood frozen in the doorway, unable to speak. His father noticed me. "Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." The words tumbled out of me then. I told them about my dream, every horrifying detail. As I spoke, I watched their faces change from concern to fear. Sipho's mother held him tighter, and his father's jaw clenched. "He's never mentioned a skinny man before," Thabo said quietly, "but he always tries to go to the front door." We stayed up the rest of the night, all of us huddled in the living room with every light on. No one wanted to say what we were all thinking, that something was trying to take Sipho, that my dream hadn't been just a dream. The next morning, Sipho's mother made a phone call. I only heard bits of the conversation, but I gathered she was speaking to an older relative in their home village. After she hung up, she announced that we were taking Sipho to see someone who could help. That afternoon, we drove for almost 2 hours to reach a small settlement I'd never been to before. The houses were scattered, with large spaces between them, and chickens roamed freely on the dusty ground. We stopped at a small, neatly kept home on the outskirts. An elderly woman greeted us at the door. She had a kind face, etched with deep lines, and her hands were rough from years of work. She ushered us inside without asking why we had come, as if she already knew. I waited outside with Thabo while Sifo and his parents went in with the woman. Thabo explained that she was known in the community as a healer who used traditional herbs and methods to treat illnesses that doctors couldn't understand or cure. My grandmother used to say there are sicknesses of the body and sicknesses of the spirit, he told me. Doctors can fix the body, but only someone like Mama Nandi can fix the spirit. We sat in silence after that, both lost in our thoughts. After what seemed like hours, but was probably only 45 minutes, they emerged from the house. Sifo looked tired but calm, and his mother carried a small pouch that smelled strongly of herbs. On the drive home, no one spoke about what had happened inside. When I finally asked, Sifo's father simply said, "Mama Nandi knew what was wrong. She has given us what we need." That night, Sifo's mother brewed a bitter-smelling tea from the herbs in the pouch. Sifo wrinkled his nose at the smell, but drank it all. Then she placed a small bundle of something under his mattress and drew symbols in what looked like ash above his bedroom door. I won't lie, part of me was skeptical, but after everything I'd seen, I was willing to believe in anything that might help. I lay awake that night, listening, waiting for the now familiar sound of Sifo's footsteps. But the house remained silent. The next morning, Sifo came to breakfast looking better than he had in weeks. The dark circles under his eyes were gone, and he chatted happily about a dream he'd had about playing football. Night after night passed without incident. No more sleepwalking, no more crying, no more attempts to go to the front door. Whatever had been calling to him seemed to be gone. I left the family a few months later when I finally found a job and could afford my own place. Sifo never sleepwalked again during the time I stayed with them, and from what I hear, he hasn't since. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe Sifo was just going through a phase. Maybe the herbal tea had natural sedative properties that helped him sleep better. Maybe my dream was just my subconscious processing the stress of the situation, but deep down, I know what I saw in that dream. I know what was trying to take him, and I know that whatever Mama Nandi did, it worked. There's more to this world than what we can see or touch. There are things just beyond our understanding that sometimes reach into our lives. I don't expect everyone to believe me, and I don't have any proof to offer. All I know is what I experienced. Sometimes late at night, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I still hear that whispered voice. "Come here!" And I still see those empty black eyes staring at me from a diseased face. I keep a small pouch of herbs Mama Nandi gave me before we left hanging by my bed. I don't know if it actually does anything, but I sleep better knowing it's there. Story 5. I don't usually believe in the whole Friday the 13th superstition thing, but after what happened last September, I'm not so sure anymore. It's been almost 6 months and I still get chills thinking about it. I've never told this story publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was Friday the 13th of September, 2024. My boyfriend Zach had been excited about seeing the new Beetlejuice movie for weeks, and we finally had a free evening to catch it at Westfield Mall. It was supposed to be a simple date night. Dinner, maybe browse a few shops. Then the movie. Nothing special, nothing dangerous. We got to the mall around 6 in the evening. It wasn't particularly crowded, which was unusual for a Friday, but we didn't think much of it. We were walking through the main common area, talking about where to grab dinner before the movie, when I first noticed him. He was just standing there, an older man, probably in his late 50s or early 60s, with this grey hair that looked like it hadn't been combed in days. He had these thick glasses that magnified his eyes in this unsettling way, and he was wearing a plain blue t-shirt with khaki shorts. Not unusual attire, but something about him made my skin crawl immediately. He was staring directly at us, not just glancing, but full-on staring. I nudged Zach and whispered, "That guy is watching us." Zach looked over and shrugged it off. "Probably just spacing out," he said, but he wasn't spacing out. His eyes followed us as we walked past. I could feel his gaze boring into my back, even after we'd passed him. I kept looking over my shoulder, and sure enough, his head was turned, still watching us. We decided to get dinner at the food court. Nothing fancy, just some Chinese food. We found a table near the center of the court, and I had almost forgotten about the man when I spotted him again. He was sitting at a table about 4 or 5 tables away, facing us directly. He didn't have any food, just a small paper cup that might have had water in it, and he was still staring. "Zach," I whispered, trying not to let my voice shake. "That same guy is over there." Zach turned and saw him. This time he didn't dismiss it. "That's weird. Do you know him?" "No, I've never seen him before in my life." The man made no attempt to hide that he was watching us. Every time I looked up, his eyes were fixed on me. Not even on Zach, but specifically on me. I tried to eat my food, but my appetite was gone. I kept my head down, hoping he'd lose interest. After we finished eating, or rather, after Zach finished and I pushed my food around, we decided to check out this bookstore Zach likes before heading to the movie. As we approached the store, my heart dropped. The man was standing outside it, pretending to look at the display window, but his reflection in the glass showed his eyes were still on us. "This is getting really creepy," I said, tugging on Zach's sleeve. "Let's skip the bookstore." Zach looked concerned now. "Yeah, this doesn't feel right. Let's head to the theater early." We changed direction and headed toward the cinema on the upper level. I was hoping the man wouldn't follow us there, but as we rode up the escalator, I looked back and saw him step onto it a few people behind us. The theater was on the far end of the mall, and we walked quickly, trying to put some distance between us and him. When we got to the ticket counter, I kept glancing nervously over my shoulder. The lobby was fairly empty, just a few teenagers hanging around the arcade games and a couple of staff behind the concession stand. We bought our tickets and headed inside, thinking maybe we'd lost him. We found seats in the middle of the theater, not too close to the front or back. There were only about 15 other people scattered around, which made the large theater feel cavernous and exposed. The previews started, and I began to relax a little. Then I felt that sensation, that prickle on the back of my neck that told me I was being watched. I slowly turned around and my stomach dropped. The man was standing at the back of the theater by the entrance. He wasn't sitting down, he wasn't eating popcorn, he was just standing there, staring at me. Even in the darkness of the theater, I could see the reflection of the screen on his thick glasses. I grabbed Zach's arm so hard he flinched. "He's here," I whispered. "At the back." Zach turned around and saw him. "What the hell?" he muttered. "Should we leave?" I was torn. If we left, we'd have to walk past him. If we stayed, at least we were in a public place with other people around. "Let's stay," I decided. But as soon as the movie's over, we run for it. Throughout the entire film, I couldn't focus on anything happening on screen. Every few minutes, I'd force myself to check if he was still there. Sometimes he'd be gone, and I'd feel a wave of relief, only for it to crash when he'd reappear a few minutes later. It was like he was leaving and coming back, maybe trying to make us think he'd left for good. But he always returned, and always to the same spot, standing at the back, eyes fixed on me. By the time the credits rolled, I was a nervous wreck. The lights came up, and people started filing out. The man was still there, watching. "Wait until more people leave," I whispered to Zach. "We'll blend in with the crowd." We waited until there was a decent-sized group heading out, then quickly got up and joined them, trying to stay in the middle of the pack. I didn't look back as we exited the theater, afraid of making eye contact with him again. Once we were in the main mall area, Zach pulled me aside. "Let's get out of here. Now." The mall was eerily quiet at this point. Most of the stores were closed or closing, and there were hardly any shoppers around. No security guards that I could see. No staff to ask for help. We hurried toward the nearest exit, which led to the parking garage where Zach had parked his car. As we rushed through the garage, I kept looking around, half expecting to see the man emerge from behind a pillar or car. We reached Zach's car without incident, quickly got in and locked the doors. I felt a momentary sense of relief as Zach started the engine. "That was so messed up," Zach said, backing out of the parking spot. "I should have said something to him." "I'm just glad we're out of there," I replied, sinking into my seat. As we drove down the exit ramp and out onto the main road, I started to relax. We were safe now, away from the mall, away from that creepy man. We drove for about 5 minutes when something made me turn around and look out the back window. There was a blue car behind us, keeping pace. I couldn't see the driver clearly through the windshield, but something about it made my heart race. "Zach," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I think someone's following us." Zach checked the rearview mirror. The blue sedan could be going the same way. "Make a turn," I suggested. "A random one. See if they follow." Zach nodded and made an unexpected right turn down a residential street. The blue car turned too. "Coincidence," Zach said, but I could hear the doubt in his voice. He made another turn, this time left. The car followed. My hands were shaking now. "It's him, isn't it? It has to be him." Zach's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "Let's find out for sure." He started making a series of random turns, right, left, right again, down streets that led nowhere. Each time, the blue car maintained the same distance behind us, following our every move. "What do we do?" I asked, panic rising in my throat. "I'm going to try to lose him," Zach said, suddenly accelerating. He started driving more aggressively, taking sharp turns, changing lanes without signaling. The blue car kept up, matching our every move. At one point, we hit a red light and had to stop. I was terrified the blue car would pull up right beside us, but it stayed a few car lengths back. When the light turned green, Zach floored it, pushing his old Honda as fast as it could go. We weaved through traffic, ran a yellow light, and took a complicated route through a neighborhood I didn't recognize. For what felt like hours, but was probably about 20 minutes, this cat-and-mouse game continued. The blue car never got too close, but it never lost us either. Then, about 10 minutes away from my house, I realized I hadn't seen the blue car for a few minutes. I turned around, scanning the road behind us. Nothing. "I think we lost him," I said, hardly daring to believe it. "Zach didn't slow down. Let's make sure." He drove for another 15 minutes, taking a convoluted route to my house. By the time we pulled into my driveway, it was nearly midnight, and we were both exhausted and terrified. I've never been able to explain what happened that night. Who was that man? What did he want? Why did he follow us from the mall all the way into our neighborhood? The questions haunt me. I still get panicky in malls now. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, and every time I see an older man with gray hair and glasses or a blue sedan behind me in traffic, my heart nearly stops. I don't know what would have happened if Zach hadn't been with me that day. I don't know what the man wanted. All I know is that I felt like prey, being hunted by a predator who had all the time in the world. And the worst part is not knowing if he's still out there, watching, waiting for another opportunity. That Friday the 13th changed me. Now I believe some days really do carry bad luck. Or maybe it wasn't the date at all. Maybe it was just my turn to be followed. Story 6. I still get goosebumps when I think about what happened to my aunt and her cousin back in the 80s. My aunt only told me this story once, when I was in my 20s. She's not the type to make things up or exaggerate. Actually, she's pretty practical and down to earth. That's what makes what happened to her so unsettling. It was summer, 83 or 84. She couldn't remember exactly. She and her cousin had driven out to collect water from this natural spring on the reservation. A lot of the elders preferred that water for ceremonies and even just for drinking, because they said it was cleaner than what came out of the tap. The spring was about 7 miles from the main road down this dirt path that barely qualified as a road. Just 2 tire tracks with grass growing in the middle. They'd made the trip dozens of times before without any issues. My aunt was driving her old Chevy Malibu, a blue 2-door that she loved, even though it was always breaking down. They'd filled their containers and were heading back when the car just died. The engine cut out completely, no sputtering or warning, it just stopped. My aunt tried starting it again, but nothing happened, not even a click. Complete silence. They popped the hood and checked what they could, but neither of them knew much about cars. There was no smoke, no obvious leaks, nothing that looked broken to their untrained eyes. This was way before cell phones, of course. The nearest house was miles away, so they grabbed a water bottle and decided to walk back to get help. It was hot but not unbearable, maybe 80 degrees. They figured it would take a couple of hours to walk back to where people lived on the reservation. They'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes when they spotted a car in the distance. My aunt said she felt relief wash over her. Maybe they could catch a ride back instead of walking the whole way. But as they got closer, something felt off. The car looked familiar, too familiar. When they were about 50 feet away, they both stopped dead in their tracks. It was a blue Chevy Malibu. It was her car, the same car they'd left broken down behind them. At first, they thought someone must have the same model, but that didn't make sense on the reservation where most people drove trucks or much newer cars. My aunt approached it slowly. The license plate was hers. When she looked inside, her water bottle was in the cup holder, half empty, just how she'd left it. Her cousin's University of Arizona sweatshirt was thrown in the back seat exactly where she'd left it earlier. My aunt tried the door. It was unlocked. She even checked the keys in the ignition. They were her keys, with the little Dreamcatcher keychain her mom had given her. She tried starting it, but just like before, it wouldn't start. They were confused, but figured maybe they'd gotten turned around somehow, though that seemed impossible since the dirt road didn't have any forks or turns. It was just one straight shot back to the main road. They decided to keep walking toward the reservation. After another 15 minutes of walking, my aunt said they were discussing what could have happened when they spotted another vehicle ahead. They both felt a chill even before they could make out what kind of car it was. As they got closer, their fears were confirmed. It was the blue Malibu again. This time, my aunt's cousin was freaking out. She kept saying, "This isn't possible. This isn't possible." They approached the car carefully, almost like it might disappear if they moved too quickly. But it was solid, real. It was undeniably the same car with all their stuff inside, positioned exactly as they'd left it. To make sure they weren't losing their minds, my aunt's cousin picked up a stick from the side of the road. It was distinctive, shaped almost like a Y, with some dried bark peeling off one end. She placed it carefully on the hood of the car. They both stared at it for a moment, trying to process what was happening. Then they continued walking, constantly looking back at the car until it disappeared from view behind them. About 20 minutes later, they saw another car ahead. By this point, they were expecting it, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. It was the blue Malibu again. They approached it, hearts pounding, and looked for the Y-shaped stick on the hood. It wasn't there. My aunt said that was the moment when true panic set in. They weren't just seeing the same car over and over. Something was actually resetting. They were caught in some kind of loop, and they had no idea how to break out of it. They sat down by the side of the road, trying to figure out what to do. My aunt's cousin was crying by this point, convinced they would be trapped forever, walking the same stretch of road and finding the same car over and over until they died from exhaustion or dehydration. My aunt was raised traditionally and remembered stories about certain places on the reservation where strange things happened. places where the membrane between our world and the spirit world was thinner. She wondered if they'd stumbled into one of those places. After resting for a bit and finishing their water, they decided to keep going. What else could they do? They walked past the car, not even checking inside this time. They just wanted to get away from it. They walked for what felt like much longer than before. The sun was starting to set, and they were getting worried about being stuck out there in the dark. Just as the light was fading, they saw another vehicle ahead. They both tensed up, expecting to see the blue Malibu yet again. But this time it was different. It was a pickup truck, and inside was my aunt's uncle, who had been driving out to check on them when they didn't return as expected. The relief they felt was overwhelming. They looked back down the road, half expecting to see multiple versions of the Malibu lined up behind them, but there was nothing there. The next day, they went back with a tow truck to retrieve the car. It was exactly where they'd originally left it, at the spring. The mechanic said it was just a dead battery, though that didn't explain why even the lights and radio hadn't worked. For years, my aunt and her cousin tried to make sense of what happened. They even went back to that same stretch of road in daylight and drove up and down it multiple times. There were no side roads or places where another car could have been parked. The road was completely straight for miles, with desert and scrub brush on both sides, offering clear visibility. There was nowhere a car could have been hidden from view, let alone the same car appearing multiple times. What's even more strange is that this wasn't the only weird experience my aunt had on that same road. About 10 years later, in the early 90s, she was driving out to the spring at night with a couple of friends. They were about halfway there when one of her friends noticed some strange white lights deep in the woods off to the side of the road. They stopped the car and turned off the headlights to get a better look. The lights were floating about 6 feet off the ground, but they couldn't see any source. No flashlights, no lanterns, nothing that would explain the glow. My aunt said they were too perfectly white to be firelight, and they didn't flicker at all. Curious, they got out of the car to investigate. As they approached the edge of the woods, they heard a low humming sound, almost at the edge of what's audible. It wasn't mechanical exactly, more like the sound of electricity running through power lines, but deeper and with a pattern to it that almost felt deliberate. They'd only taken a few steps toward the trees when suddenly there was a whooshing sound, and something shot straight up from the forest into the sky. My aunt and her friends froze in place, watching as this craft, there's no other word for it, hovered about 100 feet above the tree line. It was rotating slowly, changing colors as it spun: red, blue, green, white. After hovering for maybe 30 seconds, it suddenly accelerated horizontally, shooting off toward the horizon faster than anything they'd ever seen. 1 second it was there, the next it was just a pinpoint of light, and then it was gone completely. They stood there in silence for several minutes before anyone spoke. None of them could deny what they'd seen, but none of them wanted to call it a UFO either, even though that's clearly what it was. An unidentified flying object. I've thought a lot about these stories over the years. The reservation has always had places that the elders warned us about, areas where strange things happen that can't be explained. Some of the older people say it's because the land remembers the blood that was spilled there, or because the old ceremonies created doorways that never fully closed. I don't know if I believe in doorways between worlds, or time loops, or aliens, but I do know my aunt, and I know she experienced something that science can't explain, something that still makes her voice shake when she talks about it, even decades later. To this day, she refuses to drive down that dirt road by herself, and she won't go near it at night for any reason. Whatever happened out there changed her perspective on reality permanently. As she told me, once you've seen the impossible happen right in front of you, you never feel completely safe in your assumptions again. I've never experienced anything like what she described, but her story has made me more open to the possibility that there are things in this world, or maybe beyond this world, that we don't understand yet. And maybe some places, like that dirt road on the reservation, are where those mysteries choose to reveal themselves. Story 7. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family before. It's been over 20 years, but I still get chills when I think about it. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and catch myself avoiding mirrors, afraid of what might be looking back. This all happened when I was a kid. My sister Alice and I were super close growing up. We shared a bedroom until I was about 6 or 7, when my parents decided I should have my own room. It wasn't a big deal at first. Our rooms were right across the hall from each other, and we still spent most of our time together anyway. Everything was normal for a while. Then one morning at breakfast, Alice asked me something that made my stomach drop. "Lucas, why do you keep watching me at night and never say anything?" I remember looking up from my cereal, confused. "What are you talking about?" "You know," she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "When you stand in my doorway at night, you just stand there and stare at me." My parents were there too, and they kind of laughed it off. "Alice has an active imagination," my mom said, ruffling her hair. I didn't think much of it either. Alice was always making up stories. It was just another one of her weird games. But then it kept happening. A few nights later, I woke up to screaming. I stumbled out of bed and into the hallway, where my parents were already rushing into Alice's room. She was sitting up in bed, pointing at her doorway, tears streaming down her face. "Get out, Lucas. Leave me alone," she was screaming, her voice cracking with terror. I stood in the hallway, completely confused. I'd been sound asleep. My dad looked back at me with a concerned expression, then turned to comfort Alice. "Honey, Lucas is right here. He wasn't in your room." This happened again and again over the next few weeks. My parents started to get worried. They thought Alice was having night terrors, but she insisted she was wide awake each time, and she kept saying the same thing, that I was standing in her doorway, watching her in the middle of the night. They took her to see a child psychologist who suggested it might be anxiety about our separation after sharing a room for so long. They tried leaving a nightlight on. They tried keeping her door closed. Nothing seemed to help. The worst part was how Alice started to act around me during the day. She'd avoid being alone with me. She'd flinch if I came into a room too quickly. I remember once reaching out to grab a toy from her, and she screamed and backed away like I was going to hurt her. It broke my heart. I didn't understand what was happening, and I didn't know how to fix it. My parents started letting her sleep in their room some nights. Other nights, my dad would stay with me to prove to Alice that I wasn't the one in her doorway. But it didn't matter. The figure still appeared. For a long time, I didn't know the full extent of what she was seeing. My parents tried to shield me from it, probably worried about how it would affect me. I just knew my sister was scared of something that looked like me, and it was tearing our family apart. It wasn't until much later, we were teenagers, around 15 and 16, that Alice finally told me everything. We were home alone one night, our parents at some dinner party. We'd been watching horror movies, which was probably a mistake, and somehow we got on the topic of what scared us as kids. "Do you remember when you used to see me in your doorway?" I asked cautiously. We'd never really talked about it directly before. She got really quiet. Then, with tears in her eyes, she told me everything. "It wasn't just standing in the doorway, Lucas," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It was there almost every night for a year. According to Alice, she would wake up in the middle of the night and see a figure that looked exactly like me standing in her doorway, but it wasn't exactly me. She said I appeared covered in what she called a dead shadow, like the hallway light behind me refused to touch my body. My face was darker than it should have been, my features barely visible. The worst part was that you never said anything," she told me. "I'd ask what you wanted. I'd tell you to go back to bed. I'd threaten to call Mom and Dad, but you would just stand there, staring, sometimes for minutes, sometimes longer. She said she would often pull the covers over her head, and when she gathered the courage to peek out again, the figure would be gone. Other times, she'd fall back asleep with it still watching her. As she described these encounters, I felt sick to my stomach. I had absolutely no memory of ever doing anything like this. Not once. But that's not the worst part, Alice continued, her hands shaking as she held her mug of hot chocolate. The last time it happened was the worst. She described waking up one night to the familiar sensation of being watched. When she opened her eyes, there I was, or rather, the shadow version of me, standing in the doorway as usual. But this time, when she told it to leave, something changed. It started walking toward me, she whispered. Slow, deliberate steps. You never did that before. You always just stood there. Alice said she screamed for help, louder than she ever had before. My dad came running, flipping on lights as he rushed down the hallway. When he burst into her room, she was hysterical. Dad, get Lucas out of here. He tried to attack me, she begged him. And that's when my dad said the words that still make my blood run cold. Alice, Lucas is asleep with me. He's been in our bed all night. That was the last time the figure appeared. Whatever it was, it never came back after that night. But the damage was done. Alice was never the same. She developed an elaborate prayer ritual she would perform before bed every night, despite our family being agnostic. She insisted on sleeping with her door closed and locked. She kept a flashlight under her pillow until she went to college. As for me, I spent years wondering what really happened. Was it just her imagination, some kind of sleep paralysis, or was it something more sinister? Was something trying to pretend to be me, or did something inside me leave at night without my knowing? I've researched it over the years. Some cultures believe in doppelgangers, identical doubles of living people that bring bad omens. Others talk about skinwalkers or shapeshifters that can take human form. I've gone down every rabbit hole, from psychological explanations to paranormal theories, but nothing feels right. What bothers me most is that I have no memory of any of it. If I was sleepwalking, wouldn't I have shown some signs? Wouldn't my parents have caught me wandering the halls at some point? Alice and I are close again now. We've worked through a lot of it. She says she believes me when I tell her it wasn't me in her doorway. But sometimes I catch her looking at me strangely, like she's searching my face for some sign of that shadowy figure. I still live in the same town as my parents, and whenever I stay overnight at their house, I make sure to sleep on the couch downstairs, far away from Alice's old bedroom. I tell them it's more comfortable. But the truth is, I'm afraid that whatever it was might still be there, might still be connected to me somehow. Sometimes when I look in the mirror late at night, I find myself holding my breath, half expecting to see my reflection continue moving after I've stopped. I worry that one day I'll look into my own eyes and see something else looking back. Something wearing my face but filled with that dead shadow Alice described. I hope it was just her imagination. I really do. But deep down, I don't think it was, and the thought that something could separate from me, could pretend to be me without my knowledge or consent, terrifies me more than anything else in this world. Whatever it was, I just pray it doesn't come back, for Alice's sake, for mine, and for anyone who might be sleeping in a dark room with their door open, trusting that the people they love are safely asleep in their beds. Story 8. For context, my fiancé and I were between places and needed somewhere to crash for a bit. His buddy offered us his family's old camper on their rural property in Minnesota, not far from the Wisconsin border. The property was pretty secluded, dense woods all around, nearest neighbor about half a mile away. I was already nervous about staying there because my fiancé had told me stories about when he'd lived in a small shack on the same property a couple years back. He'd described something following him through the treetops at night, not walking on the ground, but actually moving from tree to tree overhead. He said he could hear branches breaking and something heavy landing as it seemed to follow him from above. When he told his friend, the property owner, about it, the guy just shrugged and said, "Oh, it's probably just a bear." A bear in the treetops, moving that fast? No way. My fiancé said whatever it was had jumped onto the roof of his shack several times too. I didn't really believe him at first. Thought maybe he was exaggerating or it was just raccoons or something. But I wasn't laughing after our first week there. We'd been having issues with sleep paralysis in our previous apartment. Both of us experienced it, which was weird because I'd never had it before moving in with him. The episode stopped after we left that place, so I thought we were in the clear. The camper seemed okay at first. Cramped but livable, it was parked about 200 yards from the main house, where our friend lived with his family. My fiancé had to work nights at his new job the first week we stayed there, which meant I was alone in the camper from about 9 at night until 6 in the morning. I'm not usually scared of being alone, but something about those woods felt off. The first night by myself started fine. I watched some downloaded shows on my laptop since there wasn't any internet, then got ready for bed around midnight. I was just drifting off when I heard it, scratching along the outside of the camper, not like branches or anything natural. This was deliberate, like someone dragging their fingernails along the metal siding. It started near the door, then moved slowly around to where the bedroom area was, then to the other side, and back to the front. Over and over. I tried telling myself it was just the wind blowing something against the camper, but there was no wind that night. Everything outside was completely still. I texted my fiancé but didn't want to freak him out while he was at work. I just asked when he'd be home. The scratching continued all night, circling the camper every 15 minutes or so. I didn't sleep at all. When morning came, I checked outside but couldn't find any marks or anything unusual. My fiancé thought I was just spooked from being alone in a new place and promised it would get better. I wasn't convinced. The next day, my fiancé was napping in the camper after his night shift. I'd walked up to the main house to shower since the camper's bathroom was pretty gross. On my way back, I heard my fiancé's laugh from behind a stack of old tires piled up about halfway between the house and camper. It was his distinctive laugh. I'd recognize it anywhere. That weird little chuckle he does when something's really funny. I called out, "Hey, what are you doing out here? I thought you were sleeping." No answer. I walked around the tire stack, but no one was there. Confused, I hurried back to the camper and found my fiancé exactly where I'd left him, sound asleep. There's no way he could have beaten me back there. I would have seen him on the path. I didn't tell him about it right away. I thought maybe I was just tired from not sleeping the night before. That evening, when we were both in the camper making dinner, my fiancé suddenly went still. He was looking out the small kitchen window with this weird expression. "Did you hear that?" he asked. "Hear what?" "Someone just called my name." Sounded exactly like Mike. Mike was our buddy who owned the property. I hadn't heard anything, but the look on my fiancé's face made my skin crawl. He went outside to check, then came back looking confused. "Mike's inside the house. I just called him and he hasn't been outside all evening." That's when I told him about hearing his laugh earlier. We were both freaked out, but tried to rationalize it. Maybe sound carries weirdly in the woods. Maybe we were both just tired. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The next few days were relatively quiet. We both felt watched whenever we were outside, especially after dark. But nothing specific happened. Then came the footsteps on the roof. It was around 11 at night, and we were both in bed but still awake. The first thump was so loud I nearly jumped out of my skin. Then another and another. Heavy footsteps moving across the metal roof of the camper. "Is someone up there?" my fiancé whispered. I couldn't even speak. The footsteps weren't random. They were deliberate, moving from one end to the other, then back again. Whatever it was had to be heavy, but also agile enough to climb onto the roof without making noise beforehand. My fiancé grabbed a baseball bat we'd brought for protection and went to the door. I begged him not to go outside, but he insisted on checking. The moment he opened the door, the footsteps stopped. complete silence. He stood outside for a few minutes but couldn't see anything. No ladder, no tree branches hanging over the camper, nothing that could explain how someone got up there or got down so quickly without making a sound. When he came back in, we discussed going to stay at the main house, but there wasn't really room for both of us there. Plus, we didn't want to seem crazy. His friend had grown up on this property and never mentioned anything unusual beyond the bear comment. The following night is when things got really terrifying. We'd been asleep for maybe an hour when a loud knock at the door woke us both up. 3 distinct knocks, like someone was visiting. My fiancé grabbed the bat again and asked who was there. No answer. As he approached the door, another knock came, but not from the door this time. It came from the small bathroom window. 3 knocks, same rhythm. Before we could process that, 3 more knocks came from the bedroom wall, the part furthest from the door. It was moving around the camper, knocking in the exact same pattern at different points. The timing between locations was the problem. It was moving too fast. A human couldn't possibly get from the front door to the bathroom window to the back wall that quickly. The knocks were happening maybe 2 seconds apart. My fiancé looked at me with wide eyes. "It's surrounding us," he whispered. But that wasn't quite right. It felt more like one thing moving impossibly fast around the camper. The knocking pattern repeated. Door, bathroom, bedroom wall, door, bathroom, bedroom wall, over and over. Finally, my fiancé yanked open the door. The knocking instantly stopped. He stepped outside with the bat while I stood frozen in the doorway. The night was completely silent for about 10 seconds. Then we heard it. The same 3 knocks, but this time coming from down by the main house, at least 200 yards away. How could something move that far, that fast? Then came the sounds from the trees, branches cracking, something heavy moving above us. My fiancé shined his phone flashlight up, but couldn't see anything through the thick leaves. Whatever was up there was moving from tree to tree, heading away from us toward the deeper woods. We went back inside and secured the door as best we could, looping an electrical cord through the handle and tying it to the kitchen cabinet since the door lock was broken. We sat up all night, barely speaking, just listening. Occasional knocks came from different points around the camper. Single knocks now, not in the pattern from before. Around 4 in the morning, there was a flurry of rapid knocks at the door, like someone drumming their fingers frantically. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, then stopped completely. We left the next day to stay at my sister's place for a few nights, claiming the camper's plumbing was acting up. When we returned, things were quiet for 2 days. We started to think maybe it was over, whatever it was. Then I found the footprints. They were in the mud near the camper steps. Not human prints, not animal prints like I'd recognize. They were roughly foot-sized but oddly shaped, with what looked like only 3 toes. They appeared after a rainy night, and they circled the entire camper just like the scratching I'd heard that first night. We started researching local legends after that. The property isn't far from several Ojibwa reservations, and we found stories about creatures called Pukwudgies or Bagwaji Wininiwag, small, mischievous forest beings that could imitate human voices and liked to knock on homes. Some stories said they could move incredibly quickly and even leap through treetops. My fiancé's friend just laughed when we mentioned the legends. He said his family had lived on that property for generations and never experienced anything unusual. But I noticed he never stayed in the camper himself, and he always made sure to be back at the main house before dark. We moved out 2 weeks later when we found a new apartment. On our last night there, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of my own voice coming from outside the camper window, repeating something I'd said earlier that day to my fiancé. I didn't wake him. I just lay there, paralyzed, as my own voice echoed back to me from the darkness. I don't know what was out there in those woods. I don't know if it was a Pukwudgie or something else. But I know it wasn't a bear, and I know we weren't imagining things. Sometimes I still hear those 3 knocks in my dreams, moving too fast around me, getting closer each time. And I wonder if whatever it was followed us to our new place, because last week As I was falling asleep, I could have sworn I heard scratching at our bedroom window, 17 floors up. Story 9. I don't even know why I'm writing this out now. I guess maybe I need to get it off my chest after all these years. What happened to me as a kid still affects me today, and I've never been able to make sense of it. For context, I'm Alice. I shared a room with my younger brother Lucas until he was around 6 or 7. Our parents thought it was time we each had our own space, especially since I was getting older and would soon be a teenager. Lucas got the spare room across the hall from mine, and at first everything seemed fine. Then the weird stuff started. It began about a week after Lucas moved into his own room. I woke up in the middle of the night and noticed a figure standing in my doorway. My door was always kept partially open at night because I didn't like being completely closed in. There was a night light in the hallway that cast just enough light that I could make out the shape of someone standing there. "Lucas," I whispered, thinking maybe he was scared or needed something. No response, just standing there. I sat up in bed. "Lucas, what are you doing? Go back to bed." Still nothing. The figure didn't move at all, just kept staring at me. I could make out that it was Lucas's height and build, and what I could see of the face looked like him. But something felt off. His face was wrong somehow, like it was in a deeper shadow than it should have been, even accounting for the dim hallway light. I remember pulling my blanket up to my chin, feeling that instinctive childhood fear rising up. "Mum's going to be mad if you're up this late," I tried, hoping he would just go away. Nothing. Eventually I laid back down and pulled the covers over my head, the universal child protection against monsters. When I peeked out again, maybe 15 minutes later, the figure was gone. I told myself Lucas was probably just sleepwalking or playing a weird game. The next morning at breakfast, I asked him, "Why were you standing in my doorway last night?" Lucas looked at me like I was crazy. "I wasn't, I was sleeping. You were standing there for like 20 minutes, just staring at me." Mom intervened then. "Alice, don't tease your brother." Lucas was sound asleep when I checked on him at midnight. I insisted, but everyone just thought I was trying to get Lucas in trouble or that I'd had a bad dream, so I dropped it. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that, and the night after that. Each time, I'd wake up to find what looked like Lucas standing in my doorway, never moving, never speaking, just watching me. And each time, Lucas would insist he'd been asleep all night, and my parents would back him up. After about 2 weeks of this, I started to get genuinely scared. One particular night stands out because I worked up the courage to turn on my bedside lamp. When the light came on, there was nothing there. I got out of bed and checked the hallway. Empty. I even peeked into Lucas's room where he was fast asleep. I convinced myself I was seeing things and went back to bed, turning off the light. The moment the darkness returned, so did the figure in my doorway. I screamed this time, loud enough to wake my parents. Dad came running, turning on lights as he went. By the time he reached my room, there was nobody there. Lucas appeared in the doorway behind him, rubbing his eyes sleepily. Obviously, just woken up. "Alice saw me standing in her doorway again," Lucas told them, clearly annoyed. "I wasn't. I was sleeping." My parents were concerned, but calm. Dad checked under my bed and in my closet, made a show of monster hunting to make me feel better. Mum suggested maybe I was having recurring nightmares and promised to leave the hallway light brighter, but it didn't stop. About a month in, things escalated. I started waking up screaming almost every night. The figure, this shadow Lucas that wasn't Lucas, continued appearing. I started noticing more details that frightened me. His face was definitely Lucas's, but it was wrong. It's hard to explain, but the best way I can describe it is that it looked like the light refused to touch his face. Like there was a dead shadow covering it. Not just regular darkness, but an absence where light should be. I started sleeping with my bedside lamp on, which helped because the figure wouldn't appear with the light on. But my parents didn't like me sleeping with the light on all night, saying it wasn't good for me. They'd come in after they thought I was asleep and turn it off, and inevitably I'd wake up to find not Lucas watching me from the doorway. I tried describing what I was seeing to my parents, but they couldn't understand. They suggested everything from nightmares to an overactive imagination, to anxiety about Lucas growing up and having his own space now. "It's not Lucas," I remember shouting one night after a particularly bad incident. "It looks like him, but it's not him. His face is all wrong." After about 6 months, I was an exhausted wreck. I wasn't sleeping properly. I was falling asleep in school, and I was terrified of nighttime. My parents even took me to a child psychologist who suggested I might be experiencing sleep paralysis or hypnagogic hallucinations. But that didn't make sense, because I could move just fine during these episodes. I just couldn't make the figure go away. Lucas, for his part, was getting increasingly upset that I kept accusing him of standing in my doorway at night. It was causing tension between us. We used to be close, but now he'd avoid me, thinking I was making up stories to get him in trouble. The worst part was that nobody believed me. Nobody else ever saw what I saw. My parents would come running when I screamed, but by then, the figure would be gone. They started talking about maybe sending me to stay with my grandmother for a while, thinking a change of environment might help. Then came the night that changed everything. It was almost exactly a year after Lucas had moved into his own room. I woke up around 2 in the morning, that instinctive feeling pulling me from sleep. And there it was, the not Lucas, standing in my doorway. But this time was different. This time, it moved. For a year, it had just stood there, watching. But that night it took a step into my room, then another, moving slowly, deliberately toward my bed. I felt a cold that went beyond temperature. My entire body went rigid with fear. I couldn't even scream at first, just watched in horror as this thing with my brother's face and dead shadow eyes came closer and closer. When it reached the foot of my bed, I found my voice and screamed louder than I ever had before. I screamed for my dad, for my mom, for anyone. The door across the hall burst open, and my dad came running in, flipping on my light switch. The figure vanished instantly. Mom appeared behind him, looking terrified. "What's wrong?" "Alice, what happened?" Dad was scanning the room, looking for whatever had scared me. I was hysterical, pointing to the foot of my bed. It was here. Lucas was here, but not Lucas. It was coming for me. Mom tried to calm me. "Honey, Lucas is fine. He's in his room, sleeping." "No," I screamed. Check his room." Dad went to check while Mom stayed with me. He came back looking confused. "Lucas isn't in his room," he said. My blood ran cold. I knew it. Whatever that thing was, it had done something to my real brother. Then Dad continued, "He's in our room. He had a nightmare about 2 hours ago and came to sleep with us. He's been there the whole time." I'll never forget the feeling that washed over me in that moment. If Lucas had been with my parents for the past 2 hours, then what had been coming toward my bed? That was the last time I ever saw the figure. After that night, my parents took the situation much more seriously. They had Lucas's pediatrician examine him for any signs of sleepwalking or other sleep disorders. They installed a baby monitor in my room temporarily so they could hear if anything happened. Dad even set up a camera in the hallway for a few weeks, though it never captured anything unusual. But even though the figure never returned, I was changed. I started sleeping with a nightlight, then a desk lamp, and eventually a full bedroom light. To this day, 20 years later, I cannot sleep in complete darkness. I developed a strange habit of turning off lights while looking away from doorways, afraid of what I might see standing there in that moment between light and darkness. I also started saying prayers before bed, despite our family being completely agnostic. I'd never been taught to pray, but somehow I felt I needed some kind of protection. Mom found me one night, kneeling beside my bed, hands clasped, whispering makeshift prayers I'd created myself. She was concerned, but let me continue. if it helped me feel safer. Lucas and I eventually repaired our relationship, though it took time. When we were teenagers, we finally had a real conversation about what had happened. He admitted that he'd been afraid too, afraid that some part of him really was leaving his body at night without him knowing. He told me he'd had strange dreams during that year, dreams where he was standing in darkness, looking at someone sleeping, unable to move or speak. We've both looked for explanations over the years. Was it a shared delusion, some kind of psychological phenomenon? Or was it something supernatural, something that wore Lucas's face to get close to me? We'll never know. I still struggle with darkness. I still can't look at an open doorway when I turn off the lights. I still wonder what would have happened if that thing had reached me before I screamed. And sometimes, when I'm staying at my parents' house and pass by my old bedroom door at night, I swear I feel eyes watching me from the darkness inside. Story 10. I never believed in the supernatural. Not really. I was a normal 14-year-old kid in a forgettable small town where nothing interesting ever happened. We had one movie theater, 3 gas stations, and that weird smell from the paper mill that everyone just got used to. My life was ordinary. School, hanging out with friends at the only decent pizza place in town, arguing with my parents about curfew, until those dreams started. It began on a Monday night in October, 8 years ago. I remember because we had a math test the next day that I was stressing about. I went to bed around 10, scrolling through my phone until I finally dozed off. The dream felt different from the start. Most of my dreams were jumbled nonsense that I'd forget as soon as I opened my eyes. But this one was crystal clear, like I was really there. I was lying in a hospital bed. I couldn't move or speak, but I could see and hear everything. There were machines beeping around me, IV lines running into my arms, and a breathing tube down my throat. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting that sickly green-white glow that only hospitals seem to have. My family was there. Mom crying quietly in the corner, Dad trying to comfort her while looking completely lost himself. My older sister was sitting next to my bed, holding my hand and talking, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. Everything sounded muffled, like I was underwater. But what terrified me most wasn't the hospital setting or seeing my family upset. It was the thing hovering near the ceiling, just at the edge of my vision. It wasn't exactly a person or an animal, more like a condensed shadow, like if you could take smoke and make it thick and heavy, but somehow it still floated. It was blacker than black, absorbing the light around it, and somehow I just knew, the way you know things in dreams, that if this thing touched me, I would die. Not wake up, not escape the dream, but actually die. As I watched, frozen in that hospital bed, the shadow things started drifting closer. The heart monitor beside me beeped faster and faster, matching my actual racing heart. The shadow moved down toward my body inch by inch. I tried to scream, to move, to do anything, but I was completely paralyzed. Just as it reached me, the monitor flatlined with that long, continuous beep. And that's when I woke up, gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. I fumbled for my phone to check the time. Exactly 4 a.m., not 3:59, not 4:01. Exactly 4:00. I was so rattled that I stayed awake until morning, keeping all my lights on. I didn't tell anyone about the dream. I mean, what was I supposed to say? Hey, Mom, I had a nightmare about dying? She'd just tell me to stop watching scary movies before bed. The next night, I tried to stay awake as long as possible. I even snuck one of my dad's energy drinks, but eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell asleep. And there I was again. Same hospital room, same machines, same family members with their grief-stricken faces, same shadow thing hovering near the ceiling, watching me. The dream played out exactly like before, down to the smallest detail. The shadow approached, the monitor flatlined, and I woke up at precisely 4 a.m., heart pounding and drenched in sweat. This continued for 5 more nights. Each dream was identical. Not similar, but exactly the same, like watching a movie on repeat. By the fourth night, I was terrified to go to sleep. I started making excuses to stay up, homework, video games, anything. My parents noticed the dark circles forming under my eyes and kept asking if I was okay. I just blamed it on school stress. On the sixth night, I managed to stay awake until almost 3 in the morning before I finally crashed. It didn't matter. The dream still came, and I still woke up at 4 a.m. The seventh night was different. Not the dream itself. That played out exactly the same way. The shadow figure approached, the monitor flatlined, and I jolted awake at 4 a.m. But as I sat up in bed, trying to catch my breath like I had every other night that week, I felt a strange sensation on my back. Not quite pain, but an intense heat, like someone was pressing a warm iron against my skin. I jumped out of bed and went to the bathroom, trying not to make any noise that would wake my parents. I lifted my t-shirt and twisted around, trying to see my back in the mirror. What I saw made me freeze. There were lines across my back, straight horizontal marks, like someone had drawn on me with a ruler. They weren't bleeding, but they were raised and red, almost like old scars that had suddenly reopened. They ran parallel to each other, perfectly evenly spaced, from just below my shoulder blades to the middle of my back. I counted 7 lines. I touched one hesitantly. It felt warm but didn't hurt. The skin wasn't broken, just marked somehow, like the lines had been pressed into me. They were too perfect, too straight to be something I'd gotten accidentally. I stood there staring at my reflection, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had I scratched myself in my sleep? Had I been lying on something that left marks? But there was nothing in my bed that could have caused this, and the lines were too precise, too intentional looking. I went back to my room and checked my sheets and mattress for anything that could have made these marks. Nothing. I even checked my fingernails to see if I might have clawed at myself during the nightmare, but they were too short to leave such deep impressions. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat up in bed, light on, back burning, waiting for morning. When my mom came to wake me for school, I pretended everything was normal. I couldn't explain what was happening, and I was afraid of sounding crazy if I tried. Throughout that day at school, I kept excusing myself to the bathroom to check if the marks were still there. They were, though they seemed to be fading slightly as the hours passed. The strangest part? That night I went to bed terrified that the dream would come again, that maybe I'd wake up with even more marks, but nothing happened. I slept through the night for the first time in a week. No hospital dream, no shadow figure, no 4 a.m. wake-up. The dreams never came back after that 7th night. It was like whatever had caused them had finished what it came to do. The marks on my back faded over the following weeks, but never completely disappeared. Even now, 8 years later, if you look closely, you can still see them. 7 faint lines, perfectly straight, perfectly spaced. I'm 22 now, in college 2 states away from my hometown. I've had plenty of normal nightmares since then, but nothing like that week of dreams. I've never had another experience that I'd call supernatural or unexplainable, just those 7 dreams and the marks they somehow left behind. I've seen doctors about the marks. Most just assume they're old scars and ask if I was in an accident as a child. When I explain that they appeared overnight after a series of identical dreams, they get that look, the one that says they think I'm either lying or confused about when the marks actually appeared. I've tried researching similar experiences online. The closest things I've found are stories about sleep paralysis or night terrors, but none of those accounts mention physical marks appearing afterward, and none explain why the dreams happened exactly 7 times, or why they stopped after the marks appeared. Sometimes I wonder if the shadow thing was real, if it was actually coming for me in some way, and those dreams were a warning. Or maybe they were showing me a possible future that I somehow avoided. I don't know. What I do know is that every time I catch a glimpse of those lines in the mirror, I'm reminded that something happened to me that science can't explain. Something that left its mark on me, literally. I still hate hospitals. I've only been in one once since then, when my roommate broke his arm freshman year. The whole time we were there, I kept looking up at the ceiling corners, half expecting to see that shadow gathering there. I had to make an excuse and wait outside until they finished putting his cast on. The weirdest part is how normal my life has been otherwise. You'd think having experienced something like this would make me more sensitive to paranormal stuff, but I've never had so much as a déjà vu moment since. No ghost sightings, no premonitions, nothing. Just those 7 dreams and the 7 lines they left behind. I don't know what it means, or if it means anything at all. Maybe it was just some bizarre one-time glitch in reality. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, and I somehow scratched myself in my sleep. But deep down, I know that's not true. Something wanted me to know it was there. Something wanted to leave its mark on me. And sometimes, usually around 4 a.m. when I wake up for no reason, I wonder if it's still out there, watching, waiting. Story 11. I've never told this story to many people because I honestly still don't know how to explain what I saw. It was just last October when I was working a seasonal job at the Queen Mary in Long Beach for their Halloween event. You know, the ship is already famous for being haunted, but I always thought those stories were just good marketing to get tourists excited. I was part of the photography team. We'd take pictures of guests at different scare zones throughout the ship and then try to sell them the photos at the end. It was a pretty decent gig. The pay was okay, and most of the visitors were in good spirits, excited to be scared in a controlled environment. My station was near the main deck, so whenever I needed to use the restroom, I'd go to the one on the 3rd floor near the front lobby. It was usually less crowded than the ones closer to the main attractions. The ship is massive, over 1,000 feet long, and has this incredible Art Deco interior from the 1930s, beautiful woodwork everywhere, brass fixtures, the whole deal. During the day, it's impressive. At night, with dim lighting and Halloween decorations added, it takes on a completely different atmosphere. So this one night, it was a Thursday, I think. We weren't particularly busy. It was around 9:30 in the evening, and I was on a 15-minute break. I used the bathroom as usual, but instead of heading straight back to my post, I decided I had enough time to wander a bit. I'd been curious about parts of the ship I hadn't seen yet. I'd worked there for almost 3 weeks at that point, but had mostly stuck to the main areas where the Halloween event was happening. The ship is divided into all these different sections and decks, and there were plenty of places I hadn't explored. I figured, why not take advantage of my employee access? Plus, I've always been interested in the history of places like this. I remember checking my phone to make sure I had enough time, about 10 minutes left on my break, before heading down a long corridor I hadn't been through before. I think it was somewhere on the starboard side of the ship, away from where most of the guests were. The hallway was lined with doors on both sides, which I assumed were old passenger cabins, or maybe crew quarters from when the ship was operational. The corridor was dimly lit, with just these soft, vintage-looking wall sconces every 20 feet or so. The carpet was this deep burgundy color, with a pattern that seemed to swirl if you stared at it too long. It muffled my footsteps completely. The silence was actually pretty striking. The Halloween event was noisy with screams and music in the main areas, but back here it was dead quiet. I could hear the faint creaking of the ship and the distant hum of the ventilation system. But that was it. I'd gone maybe 100 feet down this hallway, just looking at the details of the woodwork and the numbered doors, when I noticed something at the far end of the corridor. At first, I thought it was just a shadow cast by one of the wall lights, or maybe someone turning the corner. The hallway was long enough that the far end was pretty dim. I stopped walking and squinted, trying to make out what I was seeing. That's when I realized the shadow was moving. Not like someone walking, but more like it was flowing along the wall. It seemed darker than it should have been, considering the lighting, and there wasn't anything that could have been casting it. My first rational thought was that it must be some kind of Halloween effect I hadn't seen before. Maybe a projection or something the event staff had set up to spook employees who wandered off. But I knew that didn't make sense. This section wasn't part of the attraction. I stood completely still, just watching. The shadow seemed to be getting closer, moving slowly along the wall toward me. I couldn't make out a clear shape. It was more like a dark mass that shifted and flowed as it moved. The edges of it weren't sharp. They kind of faded and reformed as it progressed down the corridor. Here's the part that really got to me. There was absolutely no sound, nothing at all. If it had been a person, I would have heard footsteps on the carpet. If it had been some kind of effect, there would have been a projector humming or something. But there was just silence. I felt the air around me get colder, not dramatically colder like in the movies, but just enough that I noticed it. The hair on my arms stood up, and I got that feeling you get when you know you're being watched. My mouth went dry, and I could feel my heart starting to pound in my chest. The shadow kept coming, and it seemed to grow slightly larger as it got closer. It was maybe 50 feet away from me when I finally snapped out of my frozen state. I'm not typically someone who scares easily, but something deep in my gut was screaming at me to get out of there. I turned around and walked away. Didn't run, but definitely moved faster than a casual stroll. I didn't look back either. I just wanted to get back to where there were other people and lights and noise. I remember checking over my shoulder, only after I'd made it back to the main hallway where a few guests were walking by. There was nothing behind me. When I got back to my photo station, my coworker asked if I was feeling okay. Apparently, I looked pale. I just told her I might be coming down with something. I didn't know how to explain what I'd seen without sounding completely crazy. For the rest of my shift that night, I kept thinking about what had happened. I tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me in the dim light. Maybe it was exhaustion. I had been working pretty long hours that week. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild because of all the ghost stories I'd heard about the ship. But none of those explanations felt right. What I saw felt real. It moved with purpose, like it was aware, and the feeling I had, that deep, instinctual fear, wasn't something I could easily dismiss. For the remainder of October, I still worked at the Queen Mary, but I completely changed my routine. I only used the bathroom when absolutely necessary and went straight back to work afterward. No more exploring. If I had to walk through any quiet section of the ship, I made sure to do it quickly and always tried to have someone with me. A few days after my experience, I worked up the courage to ask some of the permanent staff members about the ship's haunted areas. I tried to be casual about it, not mentioning what I'd seen. One older security guard told me that the third-class cabins and crew quarters were known hotspots for paranormal activity. Apparently, there had been several deaths on the ship during its years of service. Some accidents, some suicides, even some murders. He mentioned that several people had reported seeing shadow figures in the corridors, especially in the less trafficked areas. Some of the cleaning staff refused to work alone in certain sections of the ship after dark. He said it so matter-of-factly, like it was just common knowledge among the people who worked there regularly. I didn't tell him about my experience. I still wasn't sure what to make of it myself, but hearing him talk about similar sightings sent chills down my spine. The Queen Mary has a long history. It served as a luxury liner in the 1930s, then as a troop transport during World War II. They call it the Grey Ghost because it was painted grey during the war and could outrun German U-boats. The ship carried thousands of soldiers and even German prisoners of war. After the war, it went back to being a passenger ship until it was permanently docked in Long Beach in the 1960s. With all that history, I guess it's not surprising that stories of hauntings have accumulated over the years. There are supposedly more than 300 different ghosts that have been reported on the ship. The most famous ones include a sailor crushed to death in a door in the engine room, a little girl who drowned in the pool, and various passengers and crew members who died on board. I finished out my contract at the Queen Mary, but I never went back to that corridor. My last day was November 1st, right after Halloween. As I was leaving the ship for the final time, I found myself looking back at it, wondering about what I'd seen. The ship looked beautiful in the early morning light, all that history contained in its riveted hull. It was hard to imagine that something unsettling could exist there. But I know what I saw. That shadow wasn't just my imagination or a trick of the light. It moved with intention. It seemed to be aware of me, and the feeling it gave me, that cold, primitive fear, was unlike anything I'd experienced before. I've read up on the Queen Mary's haunting since then, trying to find accounts similar to mine. There are plenty of stories about shadow figures on the ship, but nothing that exactly matches what I experienced. I still don't know if what I saw was actually supernatural, or if there's some logical explanation I haven't thought of. All I know is that I won't be taking another job on the Queen Mary anytime soon. And if you ever visit and decide to explore beyond the main tourist areas, maybe think twice before heading down any long, quiet corridors by yourself. You might not be as alone as you think. Story 12. I don't know if I should be sharing this, but I'm still pretty freaked out and just need to tell someone what happened to me last week. I've been racking my brain trying to explain it away, but I can't. And that's what scares me the most. So last week, I started feeling really crappy. You know the drill. Sore throat, body aches, that weird foggy feeling in your head. I took a COVID test, just to be safe. And sure enough, the second line appeared almost immediately. Great. Just what I needed. I've managed to avoid it for years, and it finally got me. I live alone in a 2-bedroom apartment, so I basically locked myself in my bedroom, only coming out to grab food or use the bathroom when necessary. I had everything I needed in there. My laptop, phone, TV, water bottles, and enough meds to stock a small pharmacy. The first couple days weren't terrible, just your standard flu-like symptoms. But by day 3, my fever spiked. I'm talking the kind where your clothes stick to you, and you alternate between freezing and feeling like you're being cooked from the inside out. I couldn't keep track of time anymore. I'd fall asleep in the afternoon, wake up at midnight, drift off again, and wake up as the sun was rising. My sleep schedule was completely destroyed. I remember that night so clearly, even though everything else from those 5 days is a blur. It was the 4th night of my quarantine. The digital clock on my nightstand said it was around 3 in the morning. I woke up absolutely drenched in sweat. I mean, my pillow was soaked through, and I could literally feel sweat running down my face. It was dripping off my chin and my nose. I felt disgusting. I laid there for a moment trying to decide if I had the energy to change my shirt or at least wipe my face, when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was someone standing in my room. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. I blinked hard a few times, but the figure was still there, a tall, thin silhouette just standing at the foot of my bed. It was dark in my room, but I could make out that this person was wearing what looked like a black drape or cloak with a hood. As my eyes adjusted more, I realized it was a woman. I could see long hair spilling out from under the hood, but something was wrong with her outline. It wasn't solid like a normal person would be. The edges of her form seemed to, I don't know how to describe it, kind of emit fumes, like when you see heat rising from hot pavement. Her silhouette was fuzzy and indistinct, wavering slightly in the darkness. I was frozen. I couldn't speak, couldn't scream, couldn't move. I just laid there, sweating and staring at this figure, wondering if this was death coming for me. That sounds dramatic, I know, but when you're alone with a high fever in the middle of the night and see something like that, Your mind goes to some dark places. Suddenly, the motion-activated nightlight in my master bathroom flicked on. I have one of those little plug-in lights that turns on when it detects movement. The soft glow spilled out from the bathroom doorway, casting just enough light into my bedroom to see better. I glanced toward the bathroom door, momentarily distracted by the sudden light. It was only for a second, but when I looked back to where the woman had been standing, she was gone. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I scanned the room frantically. Nothing. Just my familiar furniture and a jacket hanging on the back of my bedroom door. But that's not where she had been standing. She was closer to me, right near the edge of my bed, not back by the door. Then the bathroom light clicked off, plunging me back into darkness. That's when I really panicked. I lunged for the TV remote and jabbed at the power button. The screen lit up with some infomercial, filling the room with a blue glow, and the sound of someone enthusiastically selling a blender. I also reached over and switched on my bedside lamp. I sat up in bed, my back against the headboard, and tried to make sense of what I'd just seen. I was scared, really scared, but I was also incredibly weak from being sick. My hands were shaking as I reached for my phone to check the time, 3:22 in the morning. I remember thinking that I needed to stay awake. I needed to keep the lights on and figure out what had just happened. Was someone in my apartment? Should I call someone? But who would I call? I couldn't exactly ask a friend to come over while I was COVID positive. And what would I tell the police? That I saw a smoky ghost woman in my bedroom. I tried convincing myself it was just the fever. High fevers can cause hallucinations, right? That's what I kept telling myself as I huddled against my headboard, clutching my phone like it was some kind of weapon. But deep down, I knew what I saw. It wasn't just a fever dream or my mind playing tricks on me. And here's the thing that really gets me, that motion-activated bathroom light. It definitely turned on. Those lights don't just activate randomly. Something has to trigger them. Something had to move in that bathroom to make the light come on. But I was in bed, and there was nobody else in my apartment, at least nobody that should have been there. Despite my determination to stay awake, I must have drifted off again. I remember fighting to keep my eyes open, but the illness had completely drained me. The next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the gaps in my curtains, and it was morning. I spent all of day 5 convincing myself that what I'd experienced was just a fever hallucination. The rational part of my brain kept saying, "You were sick. Your temperature was probably over 102. Of course you saw weird things." But another part of me knows better. When my fever finally broke later that day, I felt well enough to actually get up and take a shower. I stood under the hot water for what felt like forever, letting it wash away days of sweat and sickness. As I was drying off, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and stopped cold. There, on the side of my neck, were 3 small bruises. They were in a line, about the size of fingertips, like someone had gripped my neck while I was sleeping. I don't remember bumping into anything or hurting myself there. I don't remember feeling any pain. Those marks weren't there before that night. I'm certain of it. I finished my quarantine period and tested negative yesterday. I'm back to normal life now, or trying to be. I went to work today and acted like everything was fine, but I can't stop thinking about what happened. I've started sleeping with all the lights on in my apartment. I've checked every closet, under every bed, behind every door. I've even looked into security cameras for inside my place, something I never thought I'd need living alone. Here's what really bothers me. What if she wasn't there for me, but because of me? What if being so sick somehow opened something up? Like my fever weakened whatever barrier exists between our world and wherever she came from. I keep replaying that night in my mind, the way she just stood there watching me. The way her outline seemed to smoke and waver, the way the bathroom light came on without explanation. Sometimes I wonder if she's still here, just waiting for night to fall, waiting for me to let my guard down again. It's been a week now, and I haven't seen her again. But sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch what looks like movement, and occasionally, when I'm in another room, I hear my bathroom's motion light click on. By the time I get there to check, it's already turned off again, and last night I woke up around the same time, 3 in the morning, for no reason at all. I just suddenly woke up, my heart racing, feeling like someone was watching me. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should be worried or if I'm just being paranoid after a bad bout of COVID. All I know is that what I saw felt real. The fear I felt was definitely real. And those bruises on my neck, those were definitely real too. I don't have any explanation for what happened that night. Maybe I never will. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever, or whoever, I saw standing in my room that night wasn't just passing through. I think she found me because I was vulnerable, weakened by illness. And I'm terrified that now that she's found me once, she knows exactly where to find me again. Azure. Story 13. I still can't wrap my head around what happened to me back in November 2019. It's been years, and I've gone through countless explanations in my mind, but nothing makes sense. I've read about sleep paralysis, hallucinations, night terrors. None of it matches what I experienced. It was November 29th, a Friday. I remember because I had been looking forward to the weekend after a brutal week of exams. I was 15, sophomore year of high school. The day started normally enough, but around noon, I began feeling a dull throb at the base of my skull. Nothing serious at first. I figured it was just stress or dehydration. By evening, the pain had spread across my entire head. It wasn't like any headache I'd ever had before. It felt intentional somehow, like something was deliberately pressing against the inside of my skull. I took some Tylenol, but it didn't touch the pain. My mom suggested I drink water and rest, thinking it might be the beginning of a migraine. As the night wore on, the pain intensified. Every light felt like needles in my eyes. Sounds became unbearable. By midnight, I was in agony, clutching my head and rocking back and forth on my bed. The pain had become this pulsing, living thing inside my brain. I decided to try sleeping it off, even though it felt impossible to relax. I remember checking my phone one last time. It was 11:57 p.m. I turned off my light and crawled under the covers, still fully dressed, because I couldn't be bothered to change. That's when things started getting weird. As soon as I settled into bed, the temperature in my room seemed to plummet. It was sudden, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me. My body instinctively reacted. I crossed my arms over my chest, grabbing my opposite shoulders to try to keep warm. The cold lasted maybe half a second before it transformed into searing heat. It was so abrupt that I gasped, or at least I tried to. No sound came out. My body had gone completely rigid, and I mean completely. I couldn't move my fingers, my toes, my head. Nothing. Even my eyelids were frozen open. My first thought was stroke. My second was that I was dying. Panic flooded through me, but even that feeling was trapped inside my paralyzed body. I couldn't scream. I couldn't call for help. I couldn't even blink. I'd read about sleep paralysis before. I thought that's what was happening. My mind awake while my body was still asleep. But I hadn't fallen asleep yet. And what happened next? It wasn't like any description of sleep paralysis I've ever read. My head turned, not by my choice. It moved slowly, mechanically to the right, like someone was physically turning it for me. I fought against it with everything I had, but it was like my muscles weren't mine anymore. Then I saw them, not in my room, not as physical beings standing around my bed or anything like that. It was more like windows or screens had opened up in my field of vision. 5 distinct rectangular views into somewhere else, somewhere that wasn't my bedroom. Each window contained a different figure, like I was in some twisted video conference with 5 entities. The headache intensified as I tried to focus on them. They weren't clearly visible, more like silhouettes or impressions of beings, but somehow I could sense distinct personalities from each one. They seemed to be having some kind of meeting or discussion. And the most terrifying part, my head would automatically turn toward whichever one was speaking. I had no control over these movements. My neck muscles would contract and shift my gaze from one screen to another as the conversation progressed. The pain in my head made it difficult to understand what they were saying. It was like trying to hear underwater while someone's hammering nails into your skull. Their words were garbled, echoing, distorted, but the feeling behind them came through crystal clear. They weren't talking to me, they were talking through me, using me as some kind of relay point, vessel. I felt like a puppet, a tool being used for communication. Two of them stood out from the others. One appeared as a young boy with blonde hair. He seemed gentler than the others, less intimidating. His window had a softer glow around the edges. And then there was the one I instinctively thought of as Red, not because of his appearance. I couldn't make out clear features on any of them, but because of the overwhelming sense of malice that radiated from him. His presence felt hot, angry, dangerous. When my head would turn toward his window, the pain in my skull would spike to nearly unbearable levels. The conversation between them became increasingly tense. I couldn't track all of it, but I sensed conflict brewing. The blonde boy seemed to be disagreeing with something Red wanted to do. His tone was cautious, placating. "Maybe we shouldn't," the blonde boy said, his voice the clearest I'd heard so far. The rest of his words faded into unintelligible noise, but his meaning was obvious. He was trying to restrain Red. Red's response was a laugh that seemed to vibrate through my entire paralyzed body. It wasn't a normal laugh. It was the sound of something that had never known joy finding amusement in cruelty. What happened next is something I still have nightmares about. Red raised what looked like a gun, just a dark shape in his silhouette, and fired it directly at the blonde boy. The shot didn't make a noise, but I felt it. My back arched violently, despite the paralysis that had locked down the rest of my body. Pain exploded through my chest and radiated outward, like I'd been the one who was shot. I wanted to scream. God, how I wanted to scream, but my jaw remained locked, my vocal cords frozen. The pain was excruciating, unlike anything I'd ever felt before. It wasn't just physical, it carried emotional agony with it, like I was experiencing the blonde boy's death. The other three entities reacted with what seemed like shock. Their windows flickered, distorted. For a moment, I thought they might disappear entirely and I'd be released from this nightmare, but then things got worse. The other entities faded away until only Red remained. His window expanded until it took up most of my field of vision. The headache intensified to the point where I thought my skull might actually crack open. He looked directly at me then. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt his gaze boring into me. The sensation was like ice water being poured directly into my brain. "You're never going to be in control again," he said, his voice perfectly clear now. "You know that, right?" Those words sent a wave of terror through me unlike anything I've ever experienced. It wasn't just fear for my safety, it was existential dread. The terror that my body, my mind, my very self wasn't mine anymore. I don't know how long I remained in that state. Time lost all meaning. It could have been minutes or hours. The pain in my head continued to pulse and throb, making it impossible to think clearly. Eventually, I felt a shift. The paralysis began to recede, starting from my fingertips and slowly spreading inward. As soon as I could move, I scrambled off my bed, nearly falling in my desperation to get away from whatever had just happened. My legs were weak, barely able to support me. I stumbled down the hallway to our living room and collapsed on the couch. I was shaking uncontrollably, teeth chattering, even though I wasn't cold. My head still throbbed, but the pain had dulled to a more manageable level. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those windows again, felt Red's presence. I kept the lights on and put on the TV just to have noise and light to ground me in reality. The physical effects lasted for days. My body felt drained, like I'd run a marathon or fought off the flu. My muscles ached in ways they never had before, particularly in my neck and back. For the entire week following the incident, I could barely make it through a school day without exhaustion overtaking me. I didn't tell anyone at first. How could I? It sounded insane even to me. When I finally tried explaining it to my mum, she immediately wanted to take me to a doctor, convinced I'd had some kind of seizure. The doctor found nothing wrong with me physically, suggested it might have been an unusually vivid night terror combined with sleep paralysis. But it wasn't sleep paralysis. I wasn't asleep when it started, and night terrors don't leave you physically weakened for a week afterward. I've read countless accounts of supernatural experiences since then, trying to find something similar to what happened to me. The closest are demonic possession stories, but even those don't quite match. I wasn't possessed. I was used as a communication device. The most disturbing part is Red's words, "You're never going to be in control again." Sometimes I still feel like I'm not alone in my own head, like something is watching from behind my eyes, waiting. There are moments when I'll get the same headache starting at the base of my skull, and pure panic washes over me. I've never experienced anything as intense as that night again. But sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I feel a slight chill and the beginning of that paralysis creeping in. I jerk myself awake immediately, turn on all the lights, and stay up until exhaustion forces me to sleep. Whatever happened that night, whatever those entities were or what they wanted, I don't think it's over. I think they found whatever connection they were looking for, and Red's promise haunts me every day. I don't know if I'll ever be the same person I was before November 29th, 2019. Sometimes I genuinely wonder if I'm fully in control of myself anymore, or if something else is just waiting for the right moment to take over again. Story 14. It's been about 3 years since it happened, but I still get goosebumps every time I think about it. I've told this story to so many people, hoping someone would either believe me or give some kind of rational explanation. So far, no luck. I guess that's why I'm finally writing it all down. It was early summer, right after high school graduation. That weird limbo period where you're done with school, but not quite started with college yet. Our hometown isn't exactly exciting. Typical small town with not much to do, especially for a bunch of 18-year-olds with no money. So we often ended up just driving around, finding spots to hang out and talk about what college would be like or reminisce about stupid high school stuff. This particular night, there were 6 of us crammed into Jake's mum's SUV. Jake was driving, with Mitch in the passenger seat. I was in the middle row with Lexi and Connor, and Sarah was in the back. It was around midnight, maybe a little after, and we'd ended up at this spot overlooking the soccer fields where we all used to play as kids. The spot was perfect because it was on top of this little hill that gave a clear view across the empty fields. At the far end, maybe 200 yards away, was a thick line of trees that marked the beginning of the woods. The moon was nearly full that night, so you could see pretty much everything despite how late it was. The fields were this silvery blue color in the moonlight. We'd been there maybe 20 minutes, just chilling with the windows down. It wasn't particularly hot, but it was warm enough that we wanted the breeze. Jake had turned the engine off, but we had the radio playing quietly. I remember we were talking about which professors to avoid at the different colleges we were heading to. Sarah's older sister had given her a whole list of names. That's when it happened. Jake suddenly went quiet mid-sentence. Then Mitch said, "Dude, what the hell is that?" They were both staring straight ahead through the windshield. "What's what?" Connor asked, not even looking up from his phone. "There's something..." Jake's voice trailed off. He leaned forward over the steering wheel, squinting. "There's something at the edge of the trees. Very funny, I said. Jake was always trying to scare us with stupid stuff. Just the week before, he'd hidden in Lexi's garage and jumped out when we were walking in. Classic Jake move. No, I'm serious, Jake insisted, his voice different than his usual joking tone. Mitch, you see it too, right? Mitch nodded, not taking his eyes off whatever they were looking at. Yeah, what the fuck is that? I rolled my eyes and went back to showing Lexi something on my phone. But a few minutes later, Connor suddenly sat up straight beside me. Holy shit, he whispered. I looked up and saw him staring out the windshield too, his face pale in the dim light of the car. What? I asked, starting to get a little unsettled despite my skepticism. Look at the tree line, he said. Just keep looking. Lexi was looking now too, her hand gripping my arm. Do you guys see that? Please tell me you see that. At this point, I was the only one not freaking out besides Sarah, who couldn't see past us from the back seat. I felt a chill run down my spine. 4 of my friends were now completely fixated on something I couldn't see, and they were genuinely scared. These weren't people who got spooked easily. What are you seeing? I asked, my voice coming out smaller than I intended. It's like a person, Lexi said, but it's blue. A big blue person, Jake added, and something in his voice made my stomach drop. I started laughing, but it wasn't because I thought it was funny. It was that nervous kind of laugh you do when you're scared but trying not to be. You guys are messing with me. This is a prank, right? Just keep watching, Connor said, his eyes never leaving the tree line. It moves slow. You'll see it in a minute. So I did. I stared out at the trees, which suddenly seemed much more ominous than they had minutes earlier. The woods had always been there, just a normal part of our town's landscape. I'd played soccer on those fields hundreds of times without giving the tree line a second thought. But now, with everyone in the car tense and silent, those trees seemed to hold something menacing. For about 2 minutes, we all sat in complete silence. I'd reached over and turned off the radio without even thinking about it. The only sound was our breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet car. And then I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. You know how when you stare at something too long, you start to see movement that isn't there? But this was different. Something was actually moving at the edge of the forest. It stepped out slowly from between 2 large trees. I'll never forget the way it moved, deliberate, almost cautious, like it was testing each step. And it was exactly as they'd described, a humanoid figure that stood at least 7 or 8 feet tall, with a body that seemed to be made of energy is the only word I can think of. It wasn't solid like a person, but it wasn't completely transparent either. It had a form, a definite shape that was unmistakably humanoid, with arms, legs, a torso, and a head. But the color, God, the color, is what I remember most vividly. It was blue, but not just any blue. It was like the blue of electricity, of lightning, but deeper somehow, and it seemed to flow through the figure's body in pulses or waves, like whatever this thing was made of was constantly moving within the confines of its form. Do you see it now? Jake whispered, his voice barely audible. I couldn't even respond. I just nodded, my eyes fixed on the figure. Is that a person in some kind of suit? Lexi suggested, but her voice wavered with doubt. No way, Mitch replied. Look at how tall it is, and that glow. That's not a suit. He was right. Whatever this was, it wasn't a person in a costume. The way it moved was too fluid, too inhuman. And there was no technology I knew of that could make someone look like that, like they were made of living light. What is everyone looking at? Sarah asked from the back, sounding frustrated and a little scared. From her position, she couldn't see over or between us to the fields beyond. There's a figure, I managed to say, at the edge of the woods. It's glowing blue. Stop messing around, Sarah said, but I could hear the fear in her voice. She knew from our tones that we weren't joking. We're not, Connor replied. I swear to God, there's something out there. For what felt like an eternity but was probably only a minute or so, the blue figure just stood there at the edge of the trees. It didn't seem to be looking at us specifically. At least, I couldn't make out any eyes or facial features from that distance, but it felt aware, somehow, like it knew we were watching it. Then, with the same deliberate slowness with which it had emerged, the figure turned and walked back into the forest. The blue glow was visible between the trees for a few more seconds, and then it was gone, leaving us sitting in stunned silence. No one spoke for what must have been a full minute. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. "Did that just happen?" I finally asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "We all saw it," Jake said. His hands were gripping the steering wheel so tight his knuckles were white, even though the car wasn't running. "Except me," Sarah said from the back. "What did it look like?" "Exactly." We all started describing it at once, talking over each other in our shock and excitement and fear. But the weird thing was, our descriptions all matched. Every single one of us saw the same thing, a tall humanoid figure made of flowing blue energy. "Was it a ghost?" Lexi asked, her voice small. "I don't believe in ghosts," Connor replied, but he didn't sound convinced of his own skepticism anymore. "Maybe it was some kind of, I don't know, electrical phenomenon," I suggested, grasping for any scientific explanation, like ball lightning or something. "Ball lightning doesn't look like a giant blue person," Mitch said. We fell into silence again, all of us staring at the now empty tree line. "Should we go check it out?" Jake finally asked. "Are you insane?" Lexi nearly shouted. "No way am I going anywhere near those woods right now." No one argued with her. The idea of approaching that tree line, of potentially coming face to face with whatever we'd just seen, was terrifying. "We should leave," Mitch said after another moment of silence. Jake nodded and started the car. The sudden roar of the engine made us all jump. He flipped on the headlights, and for a second I thought I saw a flash of blue deeper in the trees, but it was gone so quickly I couldn't be sure it wasn't just my imagination. As we drove away, we all kept looking back, half expecting to see the figure emerge again. It didn't. The drive home was mostly silent. Every now and then, someone would say something like, "What the hell was that?" Or, "You guys all saw it too, right?" But mostly we were lost in our own thoughts, trying to process what we'd witnessed. Jake dropped us all off one by one. When I got home, my parents were already asleep. I went straight to my room and sat on my bed, unable to shake the image of that blue figure from my mind. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, we met up at our usual spot, the local diner, and talked about it for hours. We went over every detail, comparing what each of us had seen. The consistency was the strangest part. If one person sees something weird, you can write it off as their imagination. But 6 people, all seeing the exact same thing, that's harder to explain away. We made a pact to go back the next night, this time with cameras ready. But when evening came, I suddenly got a text from Jake saying his mom needed the car. Then Mitch's parents grounded him for missing curfew. One by one, everyone had a reason not to go. I think deep down, we were all relieved to have an excuse. We never did go back as a group. I drove by the soccer fields a few times in the following weeks, always during daylight, and always keeping my distance from the tree line. I never saw anything unusual again. 3 years later, I still don't have an explanation for what we saw that night. I've researched everything from atmospheric phenomena to hallucinations to folklore about spirits or entities. Nothing quite matches what we experienced. The 6 of us have mostly gone our separate ways now, scattered to different colleges and careers. But whenever we do get together, that night inevitably comes up. We're still looking for answers, still wondering what stepped out of the woods on that summer night, still trying to make sense of the tall, glowing blue humanoid that 6 people witnessed simultaneously. I don't know if I'll ever have an explanation, but I know what I saw, and I know 5 other people saw it too. Story 15. I don't know why I'm finally writing this down after so many years. Maybe it's because I still can't sleep with the lights completely off. Or maybe it's because I turned 28 last week and realized I've spent more than 2/3 of my life afraid of staircases. Whatever the reason, I need to get this out. It started the summer after 3rd grade. I was 9 years old. We lived in this 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special, just a normal suburban home with 3 bedrooms upstairs and the usual living areas downstairs. My room was at the end of the upstairs hallway, and I had to walk past the staircase to get to the bathroom at night. The first dream happened on a Tuesday. I remember because the next day was my swimming lessons, and I was so tired from not sleeping well that my instructor asked if I was feeling okay. In the dream, I was lying on our living room couch, this old brown thing my parents bought second-hand. It was slightly scratchy but comfortable enough that I'd often fall asleep there watching TV. In real life, the couch faced our TV, but in the dream, it was positioned differently, angled so I had a perfect view of the staircase. I couldn't move my body, not in that vague dream way where you try to run but feel slow. This was different. I was completely paralyzed, like my limbs had turned to concrete. The only part of me that could move was my eyes, and that's when I saw her. At the bottom of the stairs stood a woman, but calling her a woman doesn't quite capture it. She was wrong. Her skin had this waxy appearance, like a candle that had melted and then hardened again, not yellow, but a sickly pale white that didn't look like it had ever seen sunlight. Her hair was pitch black, hanging straight down past her shoulders, but it didn't move, not even slightly. It was like each strand was frozen in place. The worst part was her eyes. They were so dark they seemed to pull in the dim light around them. Not just dark brown or black. They were like holes, like if you fell into them you'd never stop falling. And her mouth, it hung slightly open, as if she was about to say something, but she never did. She just stood there. I tried to scream, to call for my parents, but nothing came out. I tried to move my fingers, my toes, anything, but I was completely locked in place. All I could do was look at her, and she looked back at me. Then I woke up. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt, and I was drenched in sweat even though my room was cool from the air conditioning. I ran to my parents' room and climbed into bed with them. My mom asked what was wrong, and I tried to explain, but it sounded stupid when I said it out loud. Just a nightmare, they said. Everyone has bad dreams. But the next night, it happened again. Same couch, same paralysis, same woman. Except this time, she wasn't just standing at the bottom of the stairs. She was peering through the banisters, her face partially hidden, but those eyes still visible, still fixed on me. Still, she didn't move or speak, just stared. I started dreading bedtime. I'd try everything to stay awake, reading under my covers with a flashlight, pinching myself, even sneaking sips of my dad's coffee when no one was looking. But eventually, exhaustion would win, and I'd fall asleep, and she would be there, waiting. Each night, she was closer. First watching through the banisters, then standing at the foot of the stairs, then on the first step, then the second. It was like a sick game of red light, green light. I never actually saw her move, but each time I had the dream, she had advanced. My parents started getting concerned. I was tired all the time, falling asleep in class, crying when it was time for bed. They took me to our family doctor, who suggested it might be night terrors. He recommended a more regular sleep schedule and limiting scary TV shows or books before bedtime, but I knew it wasn't that. This wasn't just some fear from a movie I'd watched. This felt real, different. Like she was actually there, waiting for me to close my eyes so she could get a little closer. My parents tried everything. My dad checked under my bed and in my closet each night. My mom bought me a nightlight shaped like a soccer ball. I was really into soccer back then. They even let me sleep with our dog, Max, thinking he might make me feel safer. Nothing helped. The dreams continued, and she kept getting closer. By the fourth week, she had made it to the middle of the staircase. Her body moved stiffly, like a mannequin that someone had positioned. Her arms hung at her sides, fingers slightly curled. I could see more details of her face now. The skin around her eyes was darkened, like bruises that never healed. Her lips were cracked and dry. I started sleeping on the floor of my parents' room. They were worried enough to allow it, at least for a while. For 3 blessed nights, I didn't have the dream. I started to hope that maybe it was over, that whatever this was had given up and moved on. Then my dad said, I needed to start sleeping in my own room again. You're a big kid now, he said. You can't sleep on our floor forever. That night I was back on the couch in my dream, and she was there. She had reached the top of the stairs now, standing on the landing, so much closer than before. I could see the individual strands of her stiff hair, could make out the texture of that waxy skin. Her mouth opened a little wider, still forming words that never came. I started wetting the bed again, something I hadn't done since I was 5. The school counselor called my parents in for a meeting. They all thought I was dealing with some kind of anxiety or trauma, but none of them understood what was really happening. How could they? It sounded crazy even to me, and I was living it. My mom took me to a child psychologist. He was nice enough, with a grey beard and glasses that made him look like he belonged in a library. He asked me to draw my dreams, to talk about what I was feeling. I tried, but the drawings never captured the true horror of her. They just looked like a kid's scribblings of a woman with black hair. The words weren't any better. How do you describe the feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist? The dreams continued. She made it to the hallway outside the living room. Then she was at the entrance to the room itself. Then she was halfway across the floor toward the couch. Each night, the same paralysis, the same silent watching, the same progression. I started keeping a light on at night. Not just a nightlight, but my actual bedroom lamp. I'd fall asleep with it blazing, only to have my parents turn it off when they went to bed, and then she would come. The night it ended, I was curled up on the couch again in my dream. I knew immediately what was happening, could feel that familiar heaviness in my limbs, the restriction in my throat. I didn't want to look, but my eyes moved on their own, scanning the room until they found her. She was right there, right next to the couch, standing over me. She was so close I could see the cracks in her lips, the way her skin seemed to be peeling in places, revealing not flesh underneath, but something darker. Her eyes were fixed on mine, those bottomless pits that seemed to go on forever. Her mouth opened wider than it ever had before, and for the first time I thought she might actually speak. But she didn't. She just leaned down, bringing her face inches from mine. Her hair hung down around us like a curtain, blocking out everything else in the room. All I could see was her face. All I could feel was a cold that seemed to radiate from her body. I woke up screaming. Actually screaming this time, not just trying to in the dream. My parents rushed in, flipped on the lights, held me while I sobbed uncontrollably. I couldn't explain what had happened, couldn't form coherent sentences through my panic. They stayed with me the rest of the night, one on each side of my bed. The strange thing. After that night, the dreams stopped. Completely, I never saw her again. But the fear remained. I still can't sleep without some kind of light on. I still glance nervously at staircases, especially in old houses. I still feel a chill when I think about those eyes, that mouth perpetually on the verge of speaking. Was it just a nightmare? Some weird phase my developing brain went through? Or was it something else? Something that was actually there, watching me, approaching me night after night, until it got close enough to see what it wanted to see? I don't have answers. All I know is that for weeks she visited me, and then, once she'd seen me up close, she never came back. Sometimes I wonder if she's moved on to someone else now. some other kid lying paralyzed on a couch somewhere, watching in horror as a waxy-faced woman with black hair makes her slow, patient journey toward them. I wonder if they'll be as lucky as I was when she finally reaches them. Story 16. I never thought I'd be sharing this kind of experience with anyone. It feels weird typing this out, but I need to tell someone who might understand what we're going through. 6 months ago, my wife, she's 27, and I, 32, found what seemed like the perfect deal. A nice house for $200,000 in this tiny rural Texas town. You know, the kind of place where everyone literally knows everyone's business. We were so excited during the whole buying process, planning renovations and decorating ideas. Then things got weird at closing. We discovered there was an $80,000 open insurance claim on the property. When we asked about it, the real estate agent got all awkward and eventually told us that the previous owners, this elderly couple, had both died in the house. The worst part? They weren't found for almost 3 weeks after they died. 3 weeks, just sitting there in the house, dead. Apparently in Texas, sellers only have to disclose if there were murders or suicides in the property, not natural deaths. I wish I'd known this beforehand. Would we still have bought the house? Honestly, I don't know. My wife might have been freaked out enough to walk away. The timing was terrible because literally the day after closing, I had to fly to Cleveland for work. We didn't actually move in until almost a month later. My wife went first to start bringing some boxes over while I was finishing up packing at our apartment. That first day she was there alone. She called me sounding really weird. She told me she'd gotten frustrated with some strange noises and just shouted out loud, "This is my house now. You need to leave." Right after she said that, the front door slowly opened by itself. No breeze, no draft, nothing that could explain it. She grabbed her stuff and left immediately. I told her it was probably just the house settling, or maybe the door wasn't latched properly. Old houses make weird noises, right? That's what I kept telling myself. Our first night actually sleeping in the house. We were both exhausted from moving boxes all day. Around 11 at night, we heard this crazy loud bang from the bathroom. It was so loud, we both jumped out of bed. I went to check, but nothing seemed out of place. The next morning, though, we found her son's bath toys had fallen into the tub, all of them at once. They'd been neatly arranged on this little shelf, and somehow they'd all just fallen at the exact same time, in the middle of the night. A few days later, I was taking a shower when our Echo device suddenly activated in the bedroom. When I got out, my wife asked what I had said to make it respond. I hadn't said anything. I was literally just standing under the water, not talking. We checked the Alexa app to see what it had heard, and it showed it had responded to "Echo what year was" with 2021. Neither of us had asked anything about the year, and the creepy part is that the partial command doesn't even make sense. What year was? What? Since then, it's been one thing after another about once a month. We keep hearing owls hooting outside our bedroom window at night. When I mentioned it to our next-door neighbor, he looked at me like I was crazy and said, "There aren't any owls in this area. We've recorded the sounds to prove we're not imagining it, but when we play it for people, they just shrug it off." Our doorbell rings randomly. I've checked the wiring, replaced the button, even disconnected it completely. And it still occasionally makes this faint ringing sound. There's never anyone at the door. We'll be watching Netflix, pause it to go to the bathroom or grab a snack, and come back to find it's unpaused itself and continued playing. Sometimes it skips ahead to random parts of the movie. Our pit bull is normally the quietest, most chill dog ever. But sometimes in the middle of the night, around 2 to 3 a.m., he suddenly stands up, grows stiff, and starts growling and barking at the hallway. There's never anything there that we can see. This happens maybe once every few weeks. The creepiest thing involves our baby. She's usually a good sleeper, but sometimes between 11:30 p.m. and 1 a.m., we'll hear her laughing hysterically in her crib. Not crying, not fussing, full-on belly laughing like someone is playing with her. When we check the baby monitor, she's just staring up at the ceiling, giggling at nothing. We've had lights randomly turn off while we're in the room. I thought it might be faulty wiring at first, but we've had electricians update everything and it still happens. Sometimes we see these weird beams of light moving across the walls. It's not headlights from passing cars or anything obvious like that. They just appear and disappear. But the thing that really messed with my head was the missing blanket. We had this king-sized quilt that my wife's grandmother made. We used it all the time. One day it was just gone, completely disappeared from the house. We've turned this place upside down looking for it. It's not like you can misplace something that big, and we definitely didn't throw it out or give it away. It simply vanished. I started asking around town about the previous owners, trying to be casual about it. That's when I learned they both died on the exact same date. People in town had different theories. Some said they died together in their sleep. Others hinted at something more suspicious. I got curious and checked out the property records and inspection reports more carefully. Turns out the chimney flues were completely rusted shut. The inspector had noted it, but we hadn't paid much attention since we weren't planning to use the fireplace. Now I wonder if they had carbon monoxide poisoning. That would explain them dying together and why nobody found them for weeks. No family came checking, and in this small town, people tend to respect privacy maybe a bit too much. The annoying part is that whenever I mention any of these weird occurrences to locals, they get this knowing look, like they're not surprised at all. One old guy at the hardware store actually chuckled and said, "That old Williams place always was a bit lively." Thanks for the heads up, buddy. We're not completely terrified or anything. It's more like we're being pestered, like having really inconsiderate roommates who never help with rent but mess with your stuff when you're not looking. These things happen just often enough that we can't ignore them, but not so constantly that we feel in danger. Last week I was home alone doing laundry in the basement. I heard footsteps upstairs, clear as day, walking from the front door to the kitchen. I called out thinking my wife had come home early from work. No answer. I went upstairs and nobody was there, but the refrigerator door was open about an inch. I know for a fact it was closed when I went downstairs. My wife thinks we should get the house blessed or something. I'm not particularly religious, but I'm starting to think it couldn't hurt. We've tried sage, which my sister insisted would work. It didn't seem to do anything except make the house smell weird for days. What really gets me is that we're both rational people. I work in finance. She's a nurse. We're not the type to jump to supernatural explanations. But I'm running out of logical reasons for all this stuff. Last night was the final straw that made me decide to post this. We were both almost asleep when we heard what sounded like someone slowly dragging something heavy across the attic floor. We don't keep anything in the attic. It went on for about 2 minutes, then stopped. When I checked this morning, there were no signs that anything had moved. We've invested too much to just walk away from this house, and honestly, most days everything is normal. But these occurrences are starting to wear on us. Sometimes I feel like the previous owners are just annoyed that we're here, like we're the intruders in their space. I don't know what to do. Moving isn't really an option right now with the market the way it is, and who would buy a house if we told them everything that's happened? We'd be stuck taking a huge loss. So I guess we're roommates with whatever or whoever is here. At this point, I just wish they'd be more considerate about the noise at night, and I really want that blanket back. Story 17. I still can't believe I lived in that house for as long as I did. It's been almost a year since we moved out, and I still wake up sometimes feeling relieved that I'm somewhere else. I'm 27 now, but those memories from when I was a teenager still follow me around. From the moment we moved in, something felt wrong. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on at first. Just this nagging feeling in the back of my mind. The house was tiny. Just one floor with 3 small bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room and 1 bathroom. No basement. Just this creepy crawl space with a dirt floor that I refused to go into after the first time I had to help my dad check the pipes. The thing about that house that really got to me was the lighting. We changed bulbs. We got brighter lamps. We even had an electrician come check the wiring once. But nothing helped. The lights never seemed to properly illuminate any room. Even during the day, with the sun streaming through the windows, the place felt dark and heavy, like there was something absorbing the light before it could properly fill the space. My friends noticed it too. I remember the first time I had a few people over after we moved in. My friend Taylor walked in and immediately said, "Dude, why is it so dark in here?" I had all the lights on, every single one. But it didn't matter. The darkness just lingered. The hallway was the absolute worst part of the house. It connected the living room to the bedrooms and bathroom, and it was narrow, maybe 4 feet wide at most. Even at 16, I'd run through that hallway like I was being chased. I couldn't explain why, but I always felt like if I spent too long in that hallway, something was going to reach out and grab me. My bedroom was at the very end of the hallway, past the bathroom. Every single night I'd have to psych myself up just to go to bed. I'd stand at the entrance to the hallway, take a deep breath, and then sprint as fast as I could, slam my door shut, and immediately turn on my bedside lamp. I never slept without some kind of light on in that house. The bathroom was almost as bad as the hallway. It was small, just a standard bathroom with a sink, toilet, and a shower tub combo. But every time I walked past it, I'd see this shape. It was always in my peripheral vision like a dark shadow standing in the corner by the shower. Even with the lights on, it was there. If I turned to look directly at it, it would be gone. But the moment I looked away, there it was again, a black shape, just out of focus. Taking showers in that bathroom was the worst. I'd feel watched the entire time. The shower curtain was thin and translucent, but somehow I always felt like someone was standing on the other side, just waiting. Sometimes the feeling would get so strong that I'd cut my shower short, grabbing my towel with shampoo still in my hair, because I couldn't stand being in there another second. My brother felt it too. His room was right next to mine, and he was 14 at the time. We didn't talk about it much. I think we were both afraid that saying it out loud would make it more real somehow. But I could tell he was scared too. He'd always leave his door open a crack with his TV on, even when he was sleeping. The soft glow and noise from it would spill out into the hallway, which made it a tiny bit less terrifying to walk through at night. There was one day, about 6 months after we moved in, that I'll never forget. It was a Saturday, and my parents had gone grocery shopping. It was just me and my brother at home. I was in my room with my headphones on, trying to drown out the silence of the house with music, when I heard banging. It took me a second to register what it was, because my music was so loud. When I pulled my headphones off, I heard my brother screaming. I ran into the hallway and saw him pounding on the bathroom door from the inside. He was freaking out, yelling for help. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. The weird thing was that bathroom door didn't have a lock. It never had. But it was completely stuck, like something was holding it closed from the other side. My brother was screaming like somebody was about to murder him. I could hear the pure terror in his voice. I tried ramming my shoulder against the door, but it wouldn't move at all. I was about to run outside to try to get in through the tiny bathroom window when my parents pulled into the driveway. My dad came running in when he heard the commotion. He tried the door and had the same result I did. Finally, he had to break it down, literally splintering the wood around the doorknob. The moment the door gave way, my brother came flying out, not even stopping to say anything. He ran straight to his room and slammed the door. He was pale as a ghost. Later that night, I asked him what happened. He wouldn't tell me everything, but he said that while he was washing his hands, the lights went out, and he felt something brush against his back. When he tried to leave, the door was stuck. He said he felt like there was someone in there with him, standing right behind him the whole time, even though he was alone. That wasn't the only time the lights would go out for no reason. It happened to me a few times too, always in the bathroom. The first time I figured it was just a power surge or something, but it kept happening. I'd be brushing my teeth or washing my face, and suddenly I'd be plunged into darkness. The rest of the house would be fine, just the bathroom lights would go out, and in those moments of darkness, the feeling of being watched would get so strong I could barely breathe. One night, I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. I lay in bed for nearly 20 minutes, trying to convince myself to get up and walk down that hallway. Finally, I couldn't hold it anymore and had to go. I turned on my phone flashlight and made a run for it. The bathroom light switch was on the outside of the bathroom, which I always thought was weird. I flicked it on before going in, scanning the small room quickly to make sure it was empty. Of course it was. It always was. But I never could shake that feeling that I wasn't alone. I was washing my hands when I heard a soft thump from the hallway. I froze, water still running over my fingers. That's when the lights went out. Not just the bathroom light, but my phone flashlight too, which was sitting on the sink counter. I felt my heart drop into my stomach. The darkness in that house wasn't like normal darkness. It felt thick, almost tangible. I fumbled for my phone, but before I could grab it, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck. It felt like fingers, but not quite. More like the memory of fingers. I screamed and lunged for the door, slamming into it in the dark. The door swung open easily, and I ran straight to my parents' room, not even caring that I was 16 and acting like a little kid. My dad checked the bathroom and the rest of the house, but found nothing. He said it was probably just the heating system making the noise, and maybe a power surge that killed the lights. The weird thing was, when we went back to the bathroom, my phone was working fine, like nothing had happened to it. Things got worse over time. Small objects would disappear and reappear in different places. I'd put my backpack on my desk, go to the kitchen for a snack, and come back to find it on my bed. My brother would leave his video game controller on his nightstand and find it on the living room floor the next morning. And then there were the scratching sounds. They started about 8 months after we moved in. They sounded like they were coming from inside the walls, or maybe from the crawl space. My dad checked for animals, but never found anything. The scratching was random. Sometimes it would happen during the day, but mostly at night, when the house was quiet. It sounded like fingernails, slowly dragging across wood. The worst night was about a month before we finally moved out. I was trying to sleep, but kept hearing the scratching sounds. They seemed to be moving through the walls, starting at one end of my room and slowly making their way around the perimeter. I pulled the covers over my head like a little kid, trying to block it out. Then my door creaked open. I have always been a light sleeper, so I heard it immediately. I stayed perfectly still under my blanket, barely breathing. I heard shuffling footsteps, like someone dragging their feet slightly as they walked. They moved slowly across my room, stopping at the foot of my bed. I was too terrified to look. I just lay there, my heart pounding so hard I was sure whatever it was could hear it. Then I felt something press down on the mattress, like someone sitting at the edge of my bed. The weight shifted slightly, like it was turning toward me. I felt cold air on my face as my blanket was slowly pulled away. I couldn't take it anymore. I threw off the covers and hit the light switch by my bed. There was nothing there. My door was closed. My room was empty. But I swear I could still feel the impression on my mattress where something had been sitting. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat up with all the lights on, waiting for morning. When my parents woke up, I told them everything, all the things I'd been keeping to myself, because I thought they wouldn't believe me or would think I was being dramatic. To my surprise, they listened. My mom admitted she'd been feeling uncomfortable in the house too, and my dad finally confessed he'd heard the scratching sounds as well. We moved out 3 weeks later, found a new place across town that cost about the same. My parents told the neighbors we were moving because the house was too small for our family, but that wasn't the real reason. I've been in our new house for almost a year now, and the difference is night and day. The lights actually light up the rooms, the hallways don't feel threatening. I can take a shower without feeling watched. But sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I swear I can still hear that soft scratching sound, like fingers dragging across wood, and I still don't know what was in that bathroom with my brother that day, or what sat on the edge of my bed that night. And honestly, I don't think I want to know. Story 18. I still get goosebumps thinking about this, but I need to share what my aunt told me last month when I visited her new house. My aunt's always been the sensitive one in our family. She sees and feels things the rest of us don't notice. I used to think she was just being dramatic, but after what she told me about her old house, I'm not so sure anymore. My aunt and uncle lived in this small house in a rural area for about 2 years before they finally saved enough to buy their own place. Thank God they moved, because what they experienced there still gives me nightmares. The first thing she noticed was the footsteps. Every single night, without fail, she'd hear heavy footsteps walking across the ceiling. The weird part? There was no attic or second floor, just the roof. It would start around 11 at night, she told me, her voice dropping to a whisper even though we were alone. Heavy steps, like a man wearing work boots. Back and forth, back and forth. Your uncle couldn't hear it at first, so he thought I was going crazy. I remember feeling cold when she said that, even though it was warm in her new kitchen. The way her hands shook while holding her teacup made it clear she wasn't making this up. She said after a few weeks, my uncle finally heard it too. They'd lie in bed, holding hands in the dark, listening to whatever was pacing above their heads. They checked the roof in daylight. No animals, no loose materials, nothing that could explain the sounds. Then things escalated. One evening around dusk, they were doing chores around the house. My aunt was sweeping the living room floor while my uncle washed dishes in the kitchen. Suddenly they both froze. There was a sound coming from directly above them, like someone was crinkling a plastic bag right on the roof. It was so clear, my aunt said, like someone was standing up there, just rustling a grocery bag. But that makes no sense. There's no way to even stand on that part of the roof without falling. And why would anyone be up there with a plastic bag? They ran outside to look, but again, nothing was there. No birds, no squirrels, nothing that could explain the sound. After that incident, my aunt started feeling watched all the time. She'd be cooking or cleaning and suddenly get this overwhelming feeling that someone was standing right behind her. She'd spin around, heart racing, but no one would be there. Just empty space and that lingering sense of being observed. I started noticing a smell too, she told me. Not all the time, just occasionally, like something rotting but not quite. I'd check the trash, the fridge, under the house. Nothing. The smell would come and go without explanation. About 3 months into these strange occurrences, my aunt decided they needed to cleanse the house. She's always been spiritual, believed in things like that. She told my uncle they should burn sage throughout the house to drive away whatever negative energy was there. My uncle was skeptical, but willing to try anything at that point. They were both losing sleep, jumping at every creak and groan the house made. The day they planned to do the cleansing, my mum sent my brother over with some food our grandmother had prepared. Typical family stuff, we're always sending food back and forth. When he arrived, my aunt was edgy, kept looking over her shoulder as she explained what they were planning to do. We need to sage this place, she told my brother. Something's not right here. My brother, being the pragmatic type, asked what was going on. As my aunt started explaining about the footsteps and the plastic bag sounds, something changed in the room. It's here with us right now, she said suddenly, cutting herself off mid-sentence. The moment those words left her mouth, the most foul smell filled the entire house. My brother, who never believes in this kind of stuff, actually gagged. He described it to me later as like rotten meat mixed with sewage, but worse somehow. It was so sudden and so intense that all three of them covered their noses and mouths. My aunt didn't run, though. She got angry. "This is my house," she shouted at the empty air. "You don't belong here. Get out." My uncle and brother were freaked out, but my aunt insisted they continue with the sage cleansing. She told them to start outside, working their way around the perimeter of the house while she stayed inside. I wasn't afraid anymore, she told me. I was just pissed off. This thing had been terrorizing us for months, and I'd had enough. While my uncle and brother walked the property line, burning sage and saying prayers my aunt had taught them, she went from room to room inside, doing the same. The smell was still there, but she pushed through it, telling whatever it was that it needed to leave. What happened next still makes my skin crawl. As my uncle and brother completed the circuit around the house and approached the front window, there was a loud bang against the glass. Something had hit the window from inside with enough force to crack it. My brother said he saw the glass flex outward before cracking, like something had punched it from inside the house. They rushed in, terrified for my aunt, but found her standing in the living room, sage in hand, looking at the cracked window. "It's gone," she said. For now. The smell had vanished completely. The house felt lighter somehow, according to all three of them. They finished the cleansing, and that night there were no footsteps on the roof. But the peace didn't last. About a week later, my aunt was up late reading. My uncle had already gone to bed. She glanced up at the window and froze. There, pressed against the glass, was what she described as a long, snake-like thing. Not a literal snake, but something dark and elongated, watching her through the window. She blinked and it was gone. Thinking she was just tired and seeing things, she went to bed without telling my uncle. 2 days after that, she was outside in the afternoon, washing clothes near their water pump. It was a bright, sunny day, nothing scary about it at all. She was bent over the wash basin when she felt that familiar sensation of being watched. She looked up slowly and saw something standing about 10 feet away, partially hidden by the banana tree in their backyard. At first, she thought it was a person, but as her eyes focused, she realized something was terribly wrong. The figure had no head. Where its head should have been was just nothing. But the most horrifying part, there were eyes on its chest. 2 large, unblinking eyes staring directly at her from the middle of what appeared to be a torso. My aunt told me she didn't scream, she didn't run. Some instinct told her that would make things worse. Instead, she slowly reached for her phone in her pocket, never breaking eye contact with those chest eyes, and called my uncle. "Come outside right now," she said as calmly as she could manage. "Walk slowly and don't make any sudden movements." My uncle, hearing the fear in her voice, did exactly as she asked. He stepped outside and immediately saw the headless figure by the banana tree. He later told her it was the most unnatural thing he'd ever seen, like a person-shaped void with those horrible eyes fixed on my aunt. Together, they slowly backed toward the house. The thing didn't move, just watched them with those unblinking eyes on its chest. Once inside, they locked every door and window and called a local elder who knew about such things. When she told me this story, I felt sick to my stomach. Not just because it was terrifying, but because it connected to something my father had told me years ago. When my dad was growing up in a different part of the country, the neighborhood kids all knew to avoid a certain street after dark. Legend had it that a headless entity with eyes on its chest wandered there. They called it by a local name I won't repeat here, the detail that made my blood run cold. In my father's story, this entity was always seen near banana trees. My aunt had no way of knowing that story. We'd never discussed it. Yet there she was, describing the exact same thing my father had warned about when I was a child, and it had been watching her from beside a banana tree. After the incident by the water pump, My aunt and uncle accelerated their plans to move. They found their new house within a month and were out of there as quickly as possible. They didn't even wait until the end of their lease. They paid the penalty and left. But my aunt swears that on the day they were loading the final boxes into their truck, she saw it again, standing at the edge of the property, watching. Those eyes on its chest, following her every move. The strangest part. As they drove away for the last time, my uncle glanced in the rearview mirror and saw something dart across the road behind them. Something fast and dark that seemed to follow their truck for several miles before disappearing. They've been in their new home for 6 months now. No footsteps, no smells, no figures watching from beside banana trees. But my aunt still won't have any banana plants in her garden, and sometimes, when we're talking late at night, she'll suddenly go quiet and look over my shoulder, as if checking to make sure we're really alone. I believe her. I believe every word. And now, every time I hear an unexplained noise in my own home, I wonder if that thing found its way to me somehow. I wonder if it's watching me right now. Story 19. I've been a delivery driver for almost 5 years now. Most days blend together. Different addresses, different faces, but generally the same routine. Except for that one delivery 3 years ago. I still get chills thinking about it, and I've never shared the full story until now. It was late August, one of those scorching days where the heat ripples off the asphalt. I was assigned to deliver several pallets of decorative stone to a property way outside town. The dispatcher mentioned it was remote, but that didn't prepare me for how isolated this place actually was. After turning off the main highway, I followed my GPS down a series of increasingly narrow country roads. The final turn led me onto a dirt driveway that seemed to stretch forever, winding through dense brush with no other houses in sight. Just wilderness in every direction. My truck bounced over the uneven terrain as dust clouds billowed behind me. Already something felt off. I'd made plenty of rural deliveries before, but this place felt different, like it was deliberately hidden away. Eventually, the brush opened up to reveal a weathered ranch house that had clearly seen better days. The property was massive, but unkempt. Random piles of junk were scattered around the yard. Old appliances, stacks of lumber, a couple rusted-out vehicles. The house itself was a faded 2-story with peeling paint and sagging gutters. No other buildings nearby, no neighbors within shouting distance. Just this house under an endless Texas sky. I parked my truck and grabbed my clipboard, going through my usual mental checklist. The customer's name was Roy, according to the delivery slip. As I stepped down from the cab, I noticed how quiet it was. No traffic noise, no distant machinery, nothing but the wind rustling through the brush. That silence somehow made everything feel more intense. The front door opened before I could even approach the house. The man, Roy, I assumed, was already walking toward me with a big smile plastered across his face. Something about that smile immediately put me on edge. It was too wide, too eager, like he'd been waiting by the window for hours. "Well, hey there," he called out, approaching faster than was comfortable. "You made it. I was starting to wonder if you'd find the place." He was maybe in his 50s, tall and rangy with leathery skin that spoke of years under the sun. But it wasn't his appearance that bothered me. It was his energy. The way his eyes immediately scanned me from head to toe, lingering longer than appropriate. The way he stopped just a little too close to me, invading that bubble of personal space. I took a half step back, tightening my grip on my clipboard. "Delivery for Roy, I've got your stone. Just need a signature here, and I'll get it unloaded." "That's me, all right," he said, taking the clipboard, but making no move to sign it. Instead, he just stood there, still staring. "You're a little thing, aren't you? How'd they let someone your size drive one of these big rigs?" I forced a professional smile. I'm used to comments about my size. I'm only 5'2". but something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. I gestured toward the clipboard, trying to redirect his attention. "Just need your signature so I can start unloading." He finally signed, but kept talking as he handed it back. "You know, I don't get many visitors out here. It's nice to see a new face." I nodded politely and headed back to the truck. I grabbed my winch bar, a heavy metal tool we use for securing loads, and tucked it into my belt. I always keep it handy during deliveries, but this time I made sure it was within easy reach. I also slipped my pepper spray into my pocket, better safe than sorry. As I started prepping the pallets for unloading, Roy hovered nearby, watching my every move. Most customers either help out or leave you to work, but he just stood there talking non-stop about the property, about how he'd inherited it from his uncle, about how he was fixing it up. His words seemed carefully chosen, like he was testing my responses. "So, how long you been driving?" he asked, leaning against my truck as I worked the hydraulic lift. "Few years," I answered, keeping it vague while focusing on the controls. "You like it? Being on the road all alone?" He emphasized alone in a way that made my stomach tighten. I gave a non-committal shrug. "It pays the bills." He chuckled, a sound that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Well, you picked a hell of a job for someone your size. Bet you have to deal with all kinds of situations." The first pallet touched the ground, and I maneuvered it toward the spot where he'd indicated the stone should go. Roy stayed uncomfortably close the whole time, commenting on my technique, making jokes about how surprising it was that I could handle the equipment. Then came the invitation. "Hey, once you're done here, you've got to see my basement. It's the dopest man cave setup you'll ever see. Got a full bar, pool table, the works." I politely declined. "Thanks, but I've got 3 more deliveries after this, on a tight schedule." His expression shifted subtly, the friendliness faltering for just a second before returning full force. "Ah, come on, just for a minute. You won't believe what I've done with the place." "Sorry, company policy. Can't make social stops during deliveries." I continued unloading, working faster than usual. The second pallet was heavier, loaded with flagstone. As I struggled with a particularly awkward piece, Roy stepped even closer. "You're so tiny. How do they even let you drive one of these big rigs? But you're a firecracker, though, ain't you?" His voice dropped lower, almost a whisper. "No need to rush. You can come inside after. Relax a bit." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. His tone had changed, become more insistent, almost demanding. I straightened up, kept the stone pallet between us. Like I said, tight schedule today. He tried a different approach. "You know, it gets lonely out here, just looking for some conversation. Don't tell me you're scared." He laughed, but there was an edge to it. "Not scared, just busy," I replied, moving to the truck for the third pallet. His demeanor shifted again, this time to annoyed. "Most folks around here are a bit more friendly. What, you think you're too good to have a drink with me?" Then catching himself, his voice returned to that forced cheerfulness. "I'm just messing with you. But seriously, the basement, I just finished renovating. Needs someone to appreciate all the work I put in." This cycling through different tones, teasing, annoyed, friendly, it felt calculated, like he was trying different keys to see which would unlock me. I dealt with overly friendly customers before, but something about his persistence felt dangerous, like there was an undercurrent of threat beneath the smiles. "You know," he continued, following me back to the truck, "I've got some more projects coming up. Might need regular deliveries. Could be a good account for you. All you gotta do is come check out the basement real quick." I was unloading the final pallet now, moving faster than I ever had. My hands were steady, but my heart was pounding. We were completely alone out here. If something happened, who would know? How long before anyone would come looking? He grew bolder, stepping directly into my path as I moved between the truck and the delivery spot. "You're so jumpy. What's got you so worked up?" "I'm just being hospitable." I gripped my winch bar tighter, no longer trying to be subtle about it. I appreciate that, but I really need to finish this delivery and get going. His eyes dropped to the winch bar in my hand, and something changed in his expression. For the first time, I saw calculation there, an assessment of risk. He took half a step back. Sure thing. Didn't mean to hold you up. I finished unloading in record time, all while feeling his eyes on me. When I returned to the cab to get his receipt, I made sure to keep the truck between us. My pepper spray was now in my hand, hidden but ready. All set, I said, handing him the paperwork. The stone is stacked where you wanted it. Anything else? He leaned against the truck door, partially blocking my entry. You sure I can't convince you to see that basement? It'll just take a minute. Promise you'll be impressed. I met his gaze directly. I'm sure. I need to get going now. Shame, he said, finally stepping back. Maybe next time. There won't be a next time, I thought, but kept it professional. Have a good day. As I climbed into the cab, he called out, Drive safe now. Roads can be dangerous for a little thing like you. I locked the doors immediately, started the engine, and got out of there as fast as the truck could manage on that rough driveway. In my rearview mirror, I could see him standing exactly where I'd left him, watching me leave. The moment I got back in cell range, I called my supervisor and told him I would not be making any future deliveries to that address. I explained the situation, the isolation, the man's behavior, the fixation on getting me into his basement. My supervisor seemed concerned, but not entirely surprised. A week later, they sent my co-worker David instead, a muscular guy who's been driving trucks for 20 years. David came back visibly shaken. He told me the same man had tried the exact same routine with him, right down to the insistent basement invitation. But he'd gone further with David, actually blocking David's truck with his own vehicle when David tried to leave. It was only when David threatened to call the police that the man finally moved his car. After David's experience, our company blacklisted the address completely. No more deliveries. Period. It's been 3 years, and I've made hundreds of deliveries since then, many to remote locations. But that day remains the only time I've genuinely feared for my safety on the job. I still wonder sometimes what was really in that basement he was so desperate for drivers to see, and I'm grateful I never found out. Story 20. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It's been over 2 years, and I haven't driven that stretch of Highway 90 at night since. Not alone, not with a partner, not ever again if I can help it. I've been driving for PAM Transport out of El Paso for almost 7 years now. I've seen my share of weird shit on the road. Drunk drivers, strange hitchhikers, even a cow that had somehow wandered onto an interstate in Oklahoma. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, compares to what happened that night outside of Sanderson. It was a Tuesday in October, and Miriam and I were making our way back from Laredo. Miriam was my driving partner at the time, a 40-year-old Mexican woman with 3 kids back in El Paso. She was tough as nails but superstitious as hell, always had some saint medallion hanging from the mirror, and would cross herself whenever we'd pass accidents on the road. We'd been on the road for hours, and I was taking the night shift. Miriam had been sleeping in the cabin behind me, but around 1 in the morning, just after we passed through Sanderson, she climbed up front into the passenger seat. Sanderson's one of those towns you'll miss if you blink. Just a handful of buildings in the middle of nowhere, West Texas. Dead quiet that time of night. How much longer till Fort Stockton? She asked, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Couple hours, I said. Weather's good though. We're making decent time. The road ahead was a winding 2-lane highway cutting through desert landscape. No streetlights out there, just the endless dark broken by our headlights. The moon was barely a sliver that night, and the stars were incredible. One of the few perks of driving through the middle of nowhere. We were chatting about getting home, what we'd do with our 2 days off. Miriam was excited about seeing her youngest daughter's school play. I was just looking forward to my own bed and a shower with decent water pressure. We hit a long straightaway, doing about 65. The CB radio was quiet, just occasional static. Hadn't passed another vehicle in probably 45 minutes. That's how empty that stretch gets at night. And then I saw it. My headlights caught something moving on the left side of the road, coming from the desert toward the highway. At first, I thought it might be a deer, maybe even a mountain lion. They're rare, but not unheard of. I tapped the brakes instinctively, slowing us down. "What is it?" Miriam asked, leaning forward. "Animal Crossing, I think." But as the thing moved into the full beam of our headlights, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. This wasn't a deer, it wasn't a mountain lion, it wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. It was big. I'm talking the size of a large calf, but shaped all wrong. It stood about as high as a Volkswagen Beetle on legs that looked like they belonged on an iguana. Thick and powerful with weird bent joints. But it wasn't walking like a lizard. It was running, moving fast across the road. The headlights hit it fully as it crossed in front of us, and I could see it clearly for maybe 3 seconds. Its body was elongated, probably 8 feet from nose to tail. Along its back were these, I don't know what to call them except spikes or ridges running down its spine. Its fur was brownish, but when the light hit it just right, there was this sickening glossy green tint underneath, like oil on water. But the worst parts were the head and the tail. The head was small compared to its body, almost like a rat's but larger, with these glowing red eyes that seemed to reflect our headlights, but somehow also produced their own light. And the tail. God, the tail was all wrong. It was bushy like a raccoon's, but way bigger, and it moved with this unnatural swish as the creature ran. It crossed the road in front of us and disappeared up the hillside to our right. I hit the brakes harder, slowing us down to maybe 30 miles per hour. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I looked over at Miriam. Her face had gone pale, and she was clutching her medallion, whispering something in Spanish that I couldn't understand. Our eyes met, and in that moment I knew she'd seen exactly what I had. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice coming out higher than normal. She nodded, still clutching her medallion. "Don't stop," she said. "Please don't stop." Part of me wanted to. The curious part of my brain was screaming to pull over, to grab the flashlight from the glove compartment and go look. But the primal part, the part that recognizes danger even when your conscious mind can't name it, that part was in full agreement with Miriam. I kept driving, but I slowed down even more, scanning the road ahead and the hills to either side. My hands were shaking on the wheel. I couldn't stop thinking about those eyes. "What was that thing?" I finally asked, breaking maybe 5 minutes of tense silence. Miriam had been making the sign of the cross over and over. She stopped and looked at me. "El Chupacabra," she whispered. I'd heard of the Chupacabra before. Most people who live near the border have. But in my mind it was always this hairless, dog-looking thing from those blurry photos you see online. What we'd just seen was nothing like that. It was something older, something worse. "That's not what a Chupacabra looks like," I said, trying to sound rational despite the fear still coursing through me. "That's what the old stories say it looks like," Miriam replied. "Before all the TV shows, my grandmother told me stories when I was little. Red eyes, spikes on the back. Comes for the animals first, then the children." I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the cab's air conditioning. "Come on," I said weakly. "It was probably just some weird coyote with mange or something." Even as I said it, I knew it was bullshit. What we'd seen wasn't a coyote with mange. It wasn't anything natural. Miriam just shook her head and went back to her prayers. For the next hour, we barely spoke. I kept the truck at 55, 10 below the limit, my eyes constantly sweeping the road and the surroundings. Every shadow, every movement in the brush beside the highway made my heart skip. I kept thinking I saw those red eyes in the darkness watching us. We were about 30 miles from Fort Stockton when Miriam suddenly grabbed my arm. "There!" she hissed. pointing ahead and to the right. I almost swerved off the road. Standing on a rocky outcrop maybe 50 yards away was the creature. Even at that distance, those red eyes were unmistakable. It was watching us. "Fuck," I whispered, my throat so dry the word barely came out. I hit the gas, pushing us up to 70, then 75. The road was winding, and I was taking the curves faster than was safe, but all I could think about was getting away from those eyes. "It's following us," Miriam said, her voice trembling. She was looking out the passenger window. I didn't want to look. I kept my eyes on the road, knuckles white on the steering wheel. "How can it keep up with us?" I asked. We were doing 75 now. No animal should be able to pace a truck at that speed. "It's not an animal," Miriam said simply. I finally risked a glance to my right, looking past Miriam through her window. The creature was running alongside the highway, maybe 100 yards away, keeping pace with us effortlessly. Its movements were all wrong, not like a dog or a cat or anything I could name. It was loping along with these uneven strides, those iguana legs eating up the distance, that bushy tail swishing behind it. As if it sensed me looking, it turned its head toward the truck. Those red eyes locked with mine for a split second, and I swear I felt something cold brush against my mind. "Jesus Christ," I muttered, looking back at the road just in time to correct a drift toward the shoulder. "Don't say his name," Miriam whispered. "Not around that thing." I didn't argue, I just drove faster. The creature kept pace with us for another 10 minutes, sometimes disappearing into dips in the landscape, only to reappear closer to the road. Then as suddenly as it had appeared, it veered away, running up a steep hillside and disappearing over the ridge. We drove the rest of the way to Fort Stockton in silence, both of us jumping at shadows. When we finally saw the lights of the town ahead, I nearly cried with relief. We pulled into a truck stop and I shut off the engine with shaking hands. For a long moment neither of us moved or spoke. "We should report it," I finally said. Miriam looked at me like I was crazy. "Report what? To who? The police? They'll think we're drunk or high." She was right, of course. What would I even say? "Officer, we saw an 8-foot lizard raccoon thing with glowing red eyes." "Yeah, that would go over well. We slept in the truck that night, both of us too rattled to try to find a motel. I don't think either of us actually slept much. I kept waking up, convinced I could hear something scratching at the truck's door." The next morning, in the harsh light of day, we tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was a known animal that just looked weird in our headlights. But neither of us believed that. A few weeks later, I was listening to Coast to Coast AM while on another run. Solo this time, Miriam had requested a different partner after that night. A caller came on, a trucker who drove routes in West Texas. He started describing something he'd seen near Alpine, about 100 miles from where we'd had our encounter. As he described the creature, the iguana legs, the spikes on its back, the red eyes, that bushy tail, I had to pull over. My hands were shaking too badly to keep driving. I've thought about it a lot since then. Sanderson is surrounded by ranches with thousands of goats. It's also just 20 miles from the Mexican border. The perfect hunting ground for something that preys on livestock, something that might cross the border at night when nobody's watching. I do my best to avoid that part of Highway 90 now. I've requested routes that keep me away from West Texas entirely. Miriam quit Pam a month after our encounter. Last I heard, she moved to California to live with her sister. Sometimes at night I still wake up thinking I can hear scratching at my door. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel those red eyes watching me from the darkness, waiting. Story 21. I still can't believe I'm actually writing this down. For months, I've been trying to convince myself I'm just being paranoid, that there's a logical explanation for everything that's been happening. But after what happened this morning, I can't keep pretending anymore. I moved into this traditional Japanese house about 6 months ago. It was a steal price-wise, which should have been my first warning. But I was desperate after my previous landlord suddenly doubled my rent. The house is beautiful in that classic way. Wooden beams, sliding doors, tatami mats in some rooms. It's tucked away on a quiet street, and I thought I'd finally found some peace. The first month was completely normal. I was busy unpacking, setting up my home office, and just getting used to the layout of the place. It's a 2-story house, bigger than I need really, but I couldn't pass up the price. There are 2 rooms upstairs that I initially planned to use as a guest room and storage area. The first incident happened about 5 weeks after moving in. I was sleeping soundly when I woke up suddenly to what sounded like scratching. Not like an animal scratching, but like fingernails dragging across my wall. It was slow, deliberate, and absolutely terrifying. The moment I sat up in bed, it stopped. I convinced myself it was just the house settling or maybe a tree branch against the window, but deep down, I knew there weren't any trees close enough to the house. I tried to forget about it, but the scratching came back a few nights later. Again, it stopped the moment I moved. After a week of this, I started sleeping with a white noise machine, which seemed to help, or at least drowned out whatever was making that sound. I finally told my friend Keiko about it when she came over for dinner one night. She laughed it off, saying old houses make weird noises. She even offered to stay over to prove there was nothing to worry about. I jumped at the chance, not wanting to admit how relieved I was to have someone else in the house. We were up late talking in the living room when we both heard it, a loud bang from upstairs, like someone had slammed my bathroom door shut with force. We froze mid-conversation. Keiko's eyes went wide. "You have neighbors that share a wall?" she asked. "No," I whispered. "I'm completely detached. The nearest house is across the street." We both went upstairs to check. Nothing was disturbed. The bathroom door was wide open, just as I'd left it. We checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked from the inside. There was absolutely no explanation for that noise. Keiko left early the next morning with some excuse about an appointment she'd forgotten. I could tell she was freaked out, even though she tried to hide it. That was the last time she offered to stay over. I started to become obsessed with figuring out what was happening. I'd lie awake at night listening for any unusual sounds. One night, about a week after Keiko's visit, I was lying in bed at midnight exactly. I checked my phone, when I got the ridiculous idea to knock on the wall next to my bed. 3 clear knocks. What happened next made my blood run cold. 3 distinct knocks came back from inside the wall, not an echo, not the house settling. 3 deliberate knocks in response to mine. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I started looking for a new place immediately, but rental prices had skyrocketed in my area, and I couldn't afford to move. I was stuck. The upstairs rooms began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. I needed to use them, one for storage and one for laundry. But every time I went up there, I felt like I was being watched. The temperature was always strangely warm, almost stuffy, even when the rest of the house was cool. I checked the ventilation and realized both rooms had sealed windows that couldn't open, and the air conditioning vents were blocked. I told myself this explained the uncomfortable feeling. Just poor air circulation, nothing supernatural. Then came the voice. I was upstairs hanging laundry on a drying rack. It was mid-afternoon, bright sunshine outside, so I was feeling relatively calm. I had my back to the door when I heard it. A woman's voice, speaking softly in Japanese directly in my ear. I don't speak Japanese fluently, just a few phrases for getting around, so I couldn't understand what she said. But it was crystal clear, as if someone was standing right behind me, their breath on my ear. I dropped the wet clothes and ran downstairs so fast I nearly fell. I didn't go back upstairs for 3 days after that. When I finally worked up the courage, I brought my phone and recorded the whole time I was up there. Nothing happened, but listening to the recording later, I caught faint squeaking noises and occasional thuds that I hadn't heard while I was there. I started recording at night too. I'd set my phone to record while I slept, and in the morning, I'd listen to hours of mostly silence, occasionally broken by those same squeaking sounds, like someone walking carefully on the old wooden floors. Things escalated slowly. I'd be sitting at my desk working, and I'd hear a tap, tap, tap on my bookshelf. Or I'd be cooking, and there'd be a single knock from inside a kitchen cabinet. It was almost like whatever was in the house was trying to keep me company, letting me know it was there. As terrifying as that should have been, I started to get used to it in a weird way. Sometimes I'd even say "good morning" or "I'm home" out loud when entering rooms. I know that sounds crazy, but it felt crazier to ignore it. One night I was startled awake by a particularly loud thud from upstairs. Without thinking, I screamed, "Stop it!" at the top of my lungs. To my shock, everything went completely silent. The normal creaks and settling noises of the house just stopped. It was like the house itself was holding its breath. That silence lasted for almost a minute before the normal house sounds resumed. That was when I realized whatever was happening was interactive. It was responding to me. My friend Mai is into spiritual stuff, crystals, energy readings, that sort of thing. I never really believed in it, but I was desperate, so I invited her over without telling her why. The moment she walked in, she looked around and said, "There's something here." I hadn't said a word about my experiences yet. Mai walked through the house, pausing longer in certain spots. When she got to the upstairs rooms, she stopped in the doorway of the laundry room and wouldn't go in. "This room has the strongest energy," she said, "and the storage room too. Something happened in these rooms." I finally told her everything. She wasn't surprised at all. She suggested we go through the house and cleanse it with some herbs she'd brought. I was skeptical, but willing to try anything. While we were upstairs, Mai noticed a box in the corner of the storage room that I hadn't unpacked. Things the previous tenants had left behind that the landlord said I could keep or throw away. I hadn't even opened it. Mai wanted to look through it, thinking there might be a clue about the house's history. As she reached for the box, we both heard it. A loud rattling sound, followed by a deep rumbling that seemed to come from the walls themselves. We looked at each other and bolted downstairs without a word. Once we were safely in the kitchen, Mai suggested I research the history of the house. She was convinced something traumatic had happened here, and that whatever entity was present was tied to that event. I promised I would, but I was too scared to dig into it right away. What if I found out something horrible? Would that make things worse? Last night was relatively quiet. I had convinced myself that maybe whatever was happening was calming down. I fell asleep quickly for the first time in weeks. Then came this morning. I was woken up between 5 and 6 in the morning by someone banging on my bedroom window, not knocking, banging with force, like they were trying to break in. It was still dark outside. I sat up in terror, fumbling for my phone to call the police. The banging continued, rhythmic and insistent. I turned on my bedside lamp and looked toward the window. There was no shadow, no silhouette against the curtains. The banging was coming from the window, but there was no one there. I gathered my courage and approached the window slowly. The banging continued, not reacting to my movement at all. I pulled back the curtain quickly. Nothing. No person, no tree branch, nothing that could explain the noise. And yet, even as I stood there staring out the window, the banging continued right in front of me, as if invisible fists were pounding on the glass. I backed away slowly, grabbed my phone and keys, and ran out of the house in my pajamas. I sat in my car until the sun came up fully. When I finally worked up the courage to go back inside, everything was silent and normal. I'm writing this now from a coffee shop because I can't bear to be in that house alone right now. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to move, and I can't tell my landlord the place is haunted. He'd think I was crazy or trying to break my lease. The recordings I've made don't capture the worst events, just subtle noises that could be explained away. All I know is that whatever is in my house is getting more aggressive, and I don't think it's going to stop. It's trying to get my attention, And now it has it. I'm terrified of what might happen tonight when I have to go back, because I do have to go back. I have nowhere else to go. Story 22. I'm still having trouble sleeping properly after what happened at Dee's house, even though it's been months since I last stayed there. I've been debating whether to share this for a while now, but I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. For context, I've been friends with Dee since high school. He lives with his parents and younger sister in this 2-story house with an attic. It's not particularly old or creepy looking from the outside, just a normal suburban home built in the early 90s. I used to stay over all the time, especially when his parents were cool with me crashing there, even when Dee wasn't around. That stopped after what happened last summer. I never believed in the supernatural. Ghost stories were just entertainment to me. Dee would occasionally mention weird things happening in their house, objects moving, strange noises, but I always brushed it off as old house sounds or his family members forgetting where they put things. I was the skeptic of our friend group. Looking back, I wish I'd paid more attention to his warnings. It started about 2 years ago. I was staying in their guest bedroom, which is on the first floor beneath the attic. Dee had gone to his girlfriend's place for the night, and his parents and sister were visiting relatives for the weekend. They were totally fine with me staying alone. I'd done it plenty of times before. I was up late playing video games, maybe around 1 in the morning. The house was completely quiet, except for the sounds from my game. Then I heard it. Footsteps directly above my head. Not light creaks that you might expect from a house settling, but distinct, heavy footsteps. They sounded exactly like what I can only describe as pirate boots on a wooden boat deck. That heavy, deliberate thud of a boot with a solid heel. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the house making noise as it cooled down at night. But the footsteps had a pattern. They paced back and forth across the ceiling, directly above where I was sitting. Back and forth, back and forth. It wasn't random at all. I muted my game and listened. The footsteps continued for about 10 minutes straight. I was frozen in place, controller in hand, just listening and trying to come up with a logical explanation. Then they suddenly stopped. I started to relax, thinking whatever it was had passed. Maybe it was just some animal that had somehow gotten into the attic. I was about to unmute my game when there was a loud bang from inside the closet next to me. It was like someone had kicked the door from the inside, hard enough to make the desk where I was sitting shake. I swear I even saw the doorknob rattle. I shot up from my chair and backed away from the closet. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I stood there staring at the closet door for what felt like forever, afraid it might burst open at any second. Nothing happened. Eventually, I worked up the courage to check the closet. There was nothing in there but clothes and some storage boxes. I didn't sleep that night. I kept all the lights on and sat on the bed watching videos on my phone until morning. When Dee came back the next day, I told him what happened. He just shrugged and said, "Yeah, weird stuff happens here sometimes," like it was completely normal. He didn't seem concerned at all. I thought maybe he was messing with me, but he swore he wasn't. After that night, I became hyper-aware of every sound in that house. The really disturbing part started a few weeks later when I stayed over again. I noticed something that sent chills down my spine. The footsteps seemed to follow my movements. I'd be in the kitchen getting a drink, and I'd hear footsteps above me in the same area. When I walked to the bathroom, the footsteps would follow along the ceiling. When I stopped, they stopped. It was like whatever was up there was tracking me through the house. One time I decided to test it. I stood perfectly still in the middle of the living room and thought to myself, "Go to the right corner." Within seconds, I heard footsteps move to that exact spot. I nearly threw up. It wasn't just following my movements, it was somehow aware of my thoughts. D noticed my growing discomfort whenever I visited. He admitted that his family had experienced strange things too, but they'd just learned to live with it. His mum would find objects in different places than where she left them. His sister complained about hearing whispers through her bedroom wall. His dad once saw a dark shape move across the hallway. They just accepted it as part of living in that house. The worst experience happened about a year after the first incident. I was staying in the guest room again. Dee was home this time, but he was still asleep upstairs. It was early morning, maybe 6 or 7. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, when I heard running footsteps. Not the usual slow, deliberate steps, but aggressive running, starting from across the house and racing directly to the spot above my head. It sounded like someone sprinting full speed, and it ended with a massive crash right above me, like someone had picked up something heavy and thrown it onto the floor. The entire ceiling seemed to shake. I jumped out of bed, my heart racing, and ran upstairs to wake Dee. He was already awake, sitting up in his bed with wide eyes. "Did you hear that?" he asked. I nodded, unable to speak. We decided to check the attic. The pull-down attic ladder was in the hallway. Dee went up first, and I followed, terrified of what we might find. The attic was dusty and filled with boxes of holiday decorations and old furniture. Nothing seemed out of place, no sign of what could have made that crash. As we were about to leave, I noticed something in the far corner, directly above the guest bedroom. It was a black box, about the size of a shoebox. I'd never noticed it during previous trips to the attic. Dee didn't recognize it either. We didn't touch it. Something about it felt wrong, like it didn't belong there and we shouldn't disturb it. We left it alone and went back downstairs, both trying to laugh it off. But I could tell Dee was spooked too. After that, I started making excuses not to stay over at Dee's house. But the most terrifying incident happened just last summer, when Dee's family went on vacation for a week. They asked me to check in on their dog, Peter, a friendly golden retriever who I'd known since he was a puppy. I agreed to stop by twice a day to feed him and let him out. The first few days were fine. I'd go in the morning and evening, fill Peter's bowl, let him into the backyard for a while, then leave. I deliberately kept my visits short. On the 4th day, I arrived in the afternoon to find Peter barking frantically at something in the living room. He was standing rigid, his hackles raised, growling and barking at an empty corner. I called his name, but he wouldn't look at me. He just kept barking at nothing I could see. I managed to distract him eventually and took him outside. He seemed fine once we were out of the house, happily running around the yard. I chalked it up to him being bored or hearing a noise I couldn't detect. That evening when I returned, the atmosphere in the house felt different, heavier somehow, like the air itself was pressing down on me. The moment I walked in, I knew something was wrong. It was completely silent. No barking, no pattering of dog feet coming to greet me. "Peter," I called out, my voice sounding small in the quiet house. I heard a whimpering coming from the living room. Peter was crouched under the coffee table, trembling. His eyes were fixed on something across the room. When he saw me, he started crying. Not barking, but making this heartbreaking whining sound I'd never heard from him before. I went to check his food bowl in the kitchen, thinking maybe he was hungry since I hadn't fed him yet. That's when I felt the blood drain from my face. His bowl wasn't in its usual spot by the back door. With a growing sense of dread, I walked back to the living room. There, in the middle of the floor, was Peter's food bowl. It was filled to the brim with kibble. I hadn't filled it. I hadn't even brought it into the living room. Someone, or something, had moved the bowl from the kitchen and filled it with food. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Whatever presence was in the house knew why I was there. It knew I was supposed to feed the dog, and it had done it for me. I grabbed Peter, ran out of the house, and drove straight to my apartment. I called Dee and told him I couldn't go back, making up some excuse about a work emergency. I ended up taking Peter to stay with me for the rest of the week. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving him there alone. When Dee's family returned, I never told them what really happened. How do you tell someone that something in their house fed their dog? that something intelligent enough to understand human responsibilities was living with them. I haven't been back to Dee's house since then. He's asked me to stay over several times, but I always find a reason to decline. Sometimes I catch him looking at me strangely, like he knows I'm hiding something. I still don't know what was in that house or what it wanted. All I know is that it was aware of me, my thoughts, my purpose for being there. And something about that awareness terrifies me more than any ghost story ever could. The footsteps still haunt my dreams. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain I've heard that familiar thud of heavy boots following me even into my own home. And I'm left wondering, did something follow me back, or am I just losing my mind? Today, story 23. I've never told this to anyone other than my wife, and even then I've downplayed it. But after all these years, I still can't make sense of what happened that day in the woods. I'm hoping maybe writing it all down might help me process it, or maybe someone else has experienced something similar. This happened back when I was in 5th grade in a small town in New Jersey. Our neighborhood backed up to some pretty extensive woods, the kind where parents would tell you not to wander too far. But of course, we all did anyway. I was a pretty average kid. Liked video games, rode my bike everywhere, normal stuff. When I was around 10, these twins moved into a house at the edge of our development. Mike and Chris were their names. They were in my class, and we hit it off right away. They lived in this old house that was set apart from the rest of the neighborhood, partially surrounded by woods. Even on the first day I went over to play, I remember thinking their place felt different, colder somehow, even though it was spring. Mike and Chris were always talking about weird stuff that happened around their property. Not like ghost stories or stuff they made up to sound cool. More like matter-of-fact observations that honestly creeped me out. They'd mention things like how they'd sometimes hear whispering coming from the woods at night, or how they'd find strange arrangements of sticks and stones in their backyard that neither of them had made. One thing they mentioned a lot was what they called the Devil's Triangle. According to them, it was this place deep in the woods behind their house, about a 5-minute walk from this dirt path everyone called Pit Road that led to an old quarry. They said weird things happened there, and they were convinced there was some kind of Satan worship going on in the area. At first, I just thought they were trying to mess with me, new kids making up stories to seem interesting, you know. But they never laughed it off or admitted they were joking. And sometimes when they talked about it, they'd get this look in their eyes like they were genuinely scared. For almost a year, they'd referenced this place, but always had some excuse for why we couldn't go see it. It's raining too much today, or my mum needs us back early, or it's not safe right now. After a while, I started to think maybe they had made it up after all. Then one Saturday in late October, I was over at their house. We'd been playing video games all morning when Mike suddenly turned to Chris and asked, "Should we show him today?" Chris hesitated but then nodded. When I asked what they were talking about, Mike just said, "The triangle. We think you're ready to see it." I remember feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Part of me had started to believe their stories, and part of me was just curious to see if this place really existed. We told their mum we were going to ride our bikes around the neighborhood, but as soon as we were out of sight, we ditched the bikes at the edge of the woods and started walking. It was one of those perfect fall days. Not too cold, leaves crunching under our feet, the sun filtering through the trees. Normal. Everything felt normal at first. We followed Pit Road for a while, then veered off onto a barely visible trail that I would have missed if I'd been alone. "It's not much farther," Chris said, pushing ahead. "Remember, don't touch anything when we get there." That should have been my first warning, I guess, but I was 10, and warnings like that just made things more exciting. We'd been walking for maybe 15 minutes when things started to feel off. It was subtle at first. The birds that had been chirping seemed to go quiet. The air felt heavier, like right before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. And I started to get this feeling in the pit of my stomach, like when you're at the top of a roller coaster about to drop. But worse. Much worse. And then I felt it, this overwhelming sensation that we were being watched. Not by a person hiding behind a tree or anything that simple. It felt like the entire forest was watching us. I actually stopped walking and looked around, half expecting to see eyes peering from between the trees. There was nothing, but the feeling didn't go away. "Guys," I said, "I don't feel good." Mike looked back at me with a weird expression. "We're close. It always feels like this when you get near it." I wanted to turn back, but I didn't want them to think I was a coward. So I followed them as the path started to slope downward. The trees were getting thinner, which should have made things brighter, but somehow it felt like the shadows were getting deeper. Then we came over a small rise, and I saw it. The Devil's Triangle wasn't what I'd pictured at all. I'd imagined maybe some rocks arranged in a triangle or markings carved into trees. What I saw instead was this huge depression in the ground, almost like a crater. It was maybe 7 or 8 feet deep at the edges and probably 30 or 40 feet across. But the weird thing was that the center of it was raised back up, almost level with the ground around it. And on that raised center was this old, weather-beaten, fold-out table that looked like it had been there for years. It was split almost in half, sagging in the middle, but still standing. Around this crater were 3 large trees, positioned in what was roughly a triangle shape. They were the only trees in that clearing, and they were different from the others in the forest, older, with darker bark and branches that seemed to reach toward each other overhead. "This is it," Mike said, his voice quieter than usual. "The Devil's Triangle." I stood at the edge, looking down into the depression. There was nothing obviously scary about it. No pentagrams, no animal bones, nothing like that. But that sick feeling in my stomach had gotten worse, and my head had started to pound. "People come here at night sometimes," Chris said. "We've seen lights from our bedroom window." "What do they do?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know. Mike shrugged. "Don't know. Dad says it's probably just teenagers messing around, but..." He trailed off, looking uncomfortable. Chris, who was usually the quieter of the two, suddenly said, "Let's go down and look at the table." That's when things get blurry for me. I have no memory of going down into that crater. No memory of approaching the table or what might have been on it. My next clear memory is of standing near that table, in the center of the depression, with Mike beside me. Chris was still at the edge, looking down at us. According to what Mike and Chris told me later, this is what happened. I had gone down into the crater first, even though I'd been the most hesitant. They said I walked straight to the table and just stood there staring at it. Then, after a minute or so, I called out to Mike in a voice that didn't sound quite right. I said, "Mike, come here." Mike said I had this blank expression on my face, like I wasn't really there. But he came down anyway and stood next to me, and the exact second, he moved to my side, one of the triangle trees cracked and fell, right where Mike had been standing moments before. Chris, still at the edge, freaked out and yelled down to ask why I'd called Mike over. And apparently, I turned to look at him with that same empty expression and just said, "I knew." That's it. I knew. I have absolutely no recollection of saying this or what I might have meant. I knew what? That the tree was going to fall. How could I possibly have known that? The next thing I remember clearly is running. All 3 of us tearing through the woods, branches whipping at our faces, not stopping until we reached Pit Road again. We collapsed, gasping for breath, and Mike kept saying, "You saved my life." "How did you know?" I couldn't answer him. I still can't. I don't remember calling him over. I don't remember the tree falling. I don't remember saying I knew. There's just this blank space in my memory where those moments should be. We made our way back to their house in silence. None of us talked about what had happened for the rest of the day. We just played video games like normal, but there was this tension in the air that hadn't been there before. I didn't go into those woods again. A month later, the twins' family moved away unexpectedly. I heard their dad got a job in another state, but the timing always seemed strange to me. I lost touch with them before social media was a thing, and I've never been able to track them down as adults. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember that sick feeling in my stomach, the heaviness in the air, and the absolute certainty that we were being watched by something in those woods. That was real, too real. And what about those words? I knew. What did I know? How did I know it? Was it just coincidence that I called Mike over right before that tree fell, or was it something else? Something I still can't explain nearly 20 years later. I've tried researching the area since then. I found some old local legends about strange occurrences in those woods, but nothing specific about a devil's triangle. The quarry was filled in years ago, and a housing development now covers part of where those woods used to be. I don't know if that depression in the ground is still there, hidden among the trees that remain. I've never experienced anything like that day again. No premonitions, no lost time, no inexplicable knowledge. Just that one afternoon in 5th grade that still makes me avoid hiking in dense woods, and that still wakes me up sometimes in the middle of the night, heart pounding, wondering what happened in those missing moments and what exactly I knew that day. Story 24. I've been hesitant to share this for a while now, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened about 4 months ago in my apartment, and I still can't explain it. For context, I live on the 3rd floor of an apartment building downtown. Nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom place I share with my girlfriend. We've been there for almost 3 years without anything strange happening, until that night. It was the middle of the week, probably around 2 or 3 in the morning, when I woke up needing to use the bathroom. My girlfriend was sound asleep beside me, out cold like she usually is. She could sleep through a hurricane if one hit. After using the bathroom, I was heading back to bed, but decided to grab some water from the kitchen first. Our apartment layout is pretty straightforward. Bathroom near the bedroom, then a short hallway leading to the living room that connects to the kitchen. I didn't turn on any lights. I've lived there long enough to know my way around in the dark, and I didn't want to wake my girlfriend with sudden brightness. The only illumination came from the streetlights outside, filtering through our kitchen window, casting this dim bluish glow across the room. I was shuffling toward the kitchen, still half asleep, when something made me freeze completely. There was someone sitting at our kitchen table, not my girlfriend, someone else. My heart immediately jumped into my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even think about running or yelling. Just frozen in absolute terror. The figure was just sitting there, completely still. In the darkness, I couldn't make out details, just a silhouette against the faint light from the window. The kitchen table is positioned near the window, and this person, or whatever it was, sat with their back partially to the window facing my direction. I remember thinking I should run back to the bedroom, grab my phone, wake my girlfriend, something. Anything. But I couldn't move. It was like my feet were cemented to the floor. Then it spoke. "It's not the time yet, but do not lose your faith in me." The voice was male, calm and smooth, not threatening at all, which somehow made it even more terrifying. It wasn't whispery or ghost-like or demonic. It was just normal, like someone having a casual conversation. Finding my voice, I started to say something. I honestly don't remember what I was going to ask. "Who are you?" Or, "What are you doing here?" probably. But before I could get the words out, the figure raised its hand in a silencing gesture and pointed toward the bedroom. "She's sleeping," it said simply. That's when real panic set in. This thing, whatever it was, knew my girlfriend was in the bedroom. It knew the layout of my apartment. It had been here long enough to make itself comfortable at my kitchen table. Then it stood up. I'm 6 feet tall, and this thing towered over me, 7 feet at least, maybe taller. It was hard to tell in the dim light, but it seemed to unfold upward forever. Still, I couldn't make out any details of its face or body, just darkness, like it was absorbing what little light there was in the room. "Thank you for the water," it said. I hadn't given it any water. I hadn't given it anything. I hadn't even known it was there until moments ago. It placed something on the edge of the table. I heard a small clinking sound, but couldn't see what it was. Then it turned toward the window and looked out for a moment as if checking something outside. I blinked. That's it, I just blinked, and it was gone. 1 second it was there, this massive figure standing by my kitchen table, and the next, nothing. No sound of movement, no opening door, no sliding window, just gone, like it had never been there at all. I remained frozen for what felt like forever, staring at the empty space where it had stood. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I was certain that if I moved, if I made any sound, it would somehow reappear. Eventually, I forced myself to turn on the kitchen light. My hand was shaking so badly, I missed the switch twice before getting it. The sudden brightness made me squint, but I needed to see what had been left on the table. There, placed neatly on the edge, were bullets. 9mm rounds, 3 of them. This hit me like a bucket of ice water because I own a 9mm handgun. I keep it locked in a safe in our bedroom closet. Those bullets had to have come from my own ammunition. Next to the bullets was a glass, a regular drinking glass from our cabinet, half filled with water, or it had been filled with water. It was empty now, but the inside was still wet, with a few droplets collected at the bottom. I don't know how long I stood there staring at these items. I checked the front door, locked, deadbolted, chain in place. All windows closed and locked. The fire escape outside our kitchen window was empty. There was absolutely no way someone could have entered or left our apartment without breaking something or making noise. I checked on my girlfriend. She was still sound asleep, hadn't moved an inch. I looked in the closet. My gun safe was closed and locked, just as I'd left it. Later, I would open it and discover that exactly 3 bullets were missing from the box inside. Standing there in our bedroom, a strange wave of exhaustion suddenly hit me. It wasn't normal tiredness. It was like someone had flipped a switch and I could barely keep my eyes open. Despite everything that had just happened, despite the fear and confusion, I felt myself being pulled back towards sleep with an irresistible force. I meant to stay awake, to keep watch, to try and make sense of what had happened. But I couldn't fight it. The last thing I remember is looking at the clock. It was 3:27 in the morning before collapsing back into bed. When I woke up the next morning, my first thought was that I'd had an incredibly vivid nightmare. I almost convinced myself of that until I walked into the kitchen. The bullets were still there. The empty glass was still there, exactly where I'd seen them in the night. My girlfriend was already up, getting ready for work, and asked me why I'd left bullets on the table. I couldn't tell her the truth. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? I mumbled something about checking my ammo and forgot to put them away. She seemed to accept that, though she gave me a weird look. After she left for work, I examined everything more carefully. The bullets were definitely mine, matching the others in my safe. The glass was just a normal glass from our cabinet. I counted the bullets in my ammo box. Exactly 3 were missing. I checked every inch of our apartment. No signs of forced entry. Nothing missing except those 3 bullets. Nothing added except a few drops of water in a glass. For weeks afterward, I had trouble sleeping. I kept getting up to check the kitchen table, the windows, the doors. I started sleeping with my phone in my hand. I considered moving, but how could I explain that to my girlfriend without sounding crazy? The strangest part is that I don't feel threatened by what happened. Terrified, yes. Confused. Absolutely. But not threatened. Those words keep echoing in my head. It's not the time yet, but do not lose your faith in me. What does that mean? What time is it referring to? And why take bullets from my gun only to return them to me? I've gone over that night 1,000 times in my mind, trying to find a rational explanation. Someone breaking in? Impossible without signs of entry. A hallucination. The bullets and glass prove otherwise. A dream. Again, the physical evidence says no. It's been 4 months and nothing similar has happened since. No midnight visitors, no missing items returned, no mysterious voices. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just a one-time thing, some bizarre occurrence that will never be repeated or explained. But then night falls and I find myself staring at the kitchen table from my bed, wondering if tonight will be the time it mentioned, wondering what exactly I'm supposed to have faith in, wondering if it's watching me right now as I type this. I don't know what visited me that night. I don't know what it wanted, or if it will come back. All I know is that something impossible happened in my apartment, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. Has anyone else experienced something similar? I need to know I'm not losing my mind.